Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Fast. Hare Hare. Not that fast. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Haribo.
Rama Rama,
Haribo.
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayham Dadati Swapadantikam Adadanastrinam Dantaridham Yache Puna Punaha Srimad Rupa Padam Bhoja Dhulisyam Janma Janmani Bhakti Purveshita Tantura Sampasye Yadattadi Tam Naumi Satatam Rupa Nama Priya Jana Hare. So, dear devotees, we are gathered today to hear some of the beautiful compositions of Srila Rupa Goswami. And since we are running a few minutes late, I will immediately call for our very beloved Dravida Prabhu, who is online. He's online from California, which means that for him it is 9:30 at night. So we will spare him a later night by calling him. Can we have him on the screen? Hari Prabhu? We were very fortunate some years ago that he used to visit Vrindavan. He has not been in Vrindavan for a long time. We have had wonderful sessions with him in Vrindavan. I remember particularly one session in Onchegaon. And today he will be singing one of these ashtakas dedicated to Lalita Sakhi. And he will be singing many other works as well. Can we see him, Prabhu? Where is he?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Haribo.
Haribo!
Okay, so you can hear me. Good, good.
Hare Krishna, Dravida Prabhu, please accept our most humble obeisances.
Haribo Prashanta, accept mine too.
You are
Shloka
Acharya. So nice to see you. So
you too.
we will immediately engage you in this beautiful glorification of Rupa Goswami through the recitation of some of his beautiful compositions.
Okay, they're very good. I just want to make one little correction. It's only a little bit after 9 for me because it's 12 and a half hours earlier. So it's
what time is it?
It's 9:11 now. It's
not too bad.
yeah. So it's not 9:41. It's 9:11. But anyway, okay. So should I start? You can hear me, okay?
Very well. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to see if I could get a little tambura going here. So if it's too loud, I'll soften it. You let me know. Can you hear that? Is that okay?
We are hearing it very faintly.
All right. Let me make it a little louder then.
Yeah, now we are hearing.
How's that? Okay. All right. I'm going to also bring this up. Okay. We ready to go?
Ready.
Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachane Satarine Om I bow to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose mission is to teach the art of purely serving God. To Krishna, no one on this earth can be more dear than he. For at Shri Krishna's lotus feet, he dwells eternally. Obeisances to you, O prime disciple of your Lord, Sri Saraswati Thakur, wielder of the preaching sword. By preaching Lord Chaitanya's words, you've saved the Western lands from voidism, impersonalist creeds, and all such shams.
Hari Bo.
Haribo, Haribo.
I think,
Okay,
Dravida Prabhu, may I say that actually the Tanpura, maybe you lower it a little bit.
okay, fine.
So this is what I had told you, that Dravida Prabhu is a poet, and he has written the translations of many, many verses in a poetical way. So we will be delighted to hear not only the Sanskrit recitations from him, but also the English poetical rendition. Haribo.
Okay, all right, here we go. Thank you for that. Okay, so the first one is Rupa Goswami's Stavamala, Song 24. If you're familiar with Stavamala, there's many songs. One is the famous Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dayate. But I'm going to sing this one, which is one of my all-time favorites here. Krishna Bhavandam Vande Manmanasamadakadama Payinita Padapankachamakarande. Oh Krishna and dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Yadapi samadhu shubidadapi pashati nandapakadmani tandamatagagunamicham. Inamecham in the shamyatavachata tadapi kripaduta. Though even Brahma, deep in trance, cannot achieve his goal, a glimpse of your effulgent toenails, soothing to the soul. Because, O Lord, I've heard of your compassion's wondrous waves, that very vision is the only boon my poor heart craves. Krishna Bhavandam Vande, Manmanasamadakadama Payinita Padapankachamakarande. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Bhakti Dudancha Diyanda Vimadava Natvaya Mamatila Matri. Padameshwara Tata Bhadika Durgata Kadanapatatri. O Madhava, despite great effort, I have not attained a drop of pure devotion. This has brought me untold pain. Yet though it seems impossible to ever fill this need, your monumental power gives me hope I shall succeed. Krishna Bhavandam Vande Manmanasamadakadama Payini Padapankachamakarande. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. I am a below that the Yajasanatana Karadhamputata Sabharam. Nivasati Nitya Mahamati Nindini Nindan Madani Masaram. Today, eternal Lord, please fix my mind upon your feet, the reservoir of endless mellows, wonderful and sweet. I pray that for eternity my mind may there reside, to relish luscious honey that befits ambrosia's pride. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. So a quick note on these songs of Rupa Goswami. Every within the last verse of every song, he always includes the word Sanatan, out of respect for what he regarded as guru, Sanatan Goswami. So you'll see that if you go through the 40 songs, you'll find that there. Okay, so this one of my all-time favorites, the first Kunja Bihar Ashtaka, 8 verses about Lord who plays in Vrindavan forest. Can we get that one up there? There it is. In the Nilamani Mandalavana, Pulani Pakusamanchitakarna, Krishna Labada Kashora Sihari Sundaro, Priyat Kunja Bihari. His smooth complexion conquers sapphire stunning to the eye. Kadamba blooms with fragrance full on each ear gently lie. His beauty's greatened by his chest, a Gunja necklace stays. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Radhika Vadana Chandra Chakora Sarva Ballava Vaduta Tichora Chachari Chatuta Tanchita Chari Charuto Jayat Kunja Bihari Chakora longing for the moon of Radha's radiant face, a thief purloining patience from the cowherd's wives apace, his expert rhythmic dancing winning all the gopis' praise. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Sarvatak Patilakaula Kapava, once a name of Ritabhasa Bhagava, Goshta Rakshana Kate Giridhari Leelaya, Jayati Kunja Bihari. Indra's sacrifice he stopped, he stole the Deva's pride, by playfully uplifting Giri Govardhan to hide his friends and cows beneath the hill for 7 nights and days. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Ragamandala Bhushita Vamsi, Vibramena Madanota Vishamsi, Stuyamana Chaditakshukashari, Shenabir, Jayatakunja Bihari. Heartwarming, warbling melodies adorn his flute which sings of Cupid's fest to him unending happiness it brings. The parrot pairs his loving pastimes never tire to praise. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Satakumbha Tujihadu Tukula, Kegi Chanda Kaviraj Tuchula, Namnayova Namasambajanari Ranjano, Jayati Kunja Bihari. His glistening silken garments steal aglow by gold possessed. His crown of perfect peacock plumes defeats all other crests. Vrindavan radiant girls rejoice to see his loving ways. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Sastati Sugandhi Patira, Swami Kanti Padishobi Katira, Radhiko Natapayo Darabari Kundaro, Jayat Kunja Bihari. Most fragrant sandal paste anoints his limbs of bluish hue. A golden belt adorns his handsome waist. He's likened to an elephant bound by the ropes of Radha's winning ways. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Bodhidata Tilakoda the Bala, Kevi Chanchalita Chanda Kamala, Hadnikanda Grahesha Bisari Subhavam, Jayata Kunja Bihari. His forehead glows with golden tilak skillfully applied. His playful pastime swing his champa garland side to side. He meets them gorgeous gopis for their rendezvous in caves. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Vibramocha Dadagantana Nritya, Chipta Gopala Nakala Kritya, Prema Matta Vishabhanu Kumari Nagaro, Jayati Kunja Bihari. Their work ignored, the cowherd's wives are nearly paralyzed when dancing glances strike them from the corners of his eyes. Ecstatic hero, setting love mad Radha's heart ablaze. All glory to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Ashtakam Madhuda Kundi Bihari, Vidayata Kataya Kilahari, Sapriyati Villa Satpada Bhagam, Tatsapara, Kamalakshana Ragam. Pastimes that the Lord enjoys in Braja's sylvan bowers, enhance this octave beauty and pour forth pure nectar showers. Whoever sings these verses soon acquires saintly traits and serves at illustrious lotus feet with love that ne'er abates. Oh, Premanande Hari Hari Bol. One note,
Hare
one note about Rupa Goswami's songs I forgot to mention. This one? Oh, no, it was the previous one I was telling about Sanatan. Okay. Ashtakam Madhura Kunja Bihari. Oh yeah, the meter of this verse, of these verses, da, da, dun, da, 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 is the same as the Gopi Gita in the Yugal Gita in chapter 35 of the Bhagavatam. Vama Bahukata Vama Kapodo. So he picked up that meter and he created this beautiful song. Okay, so the next one is let's see. Okay, Govinda Virudavali 59. Now, every word begins with M. It's a tour de force of alliteration, we call it. Madhudesh Madhudi Maya Madhava Mudadin Matallika Mugdha Mama Manana Mohana Madaya Manaso Mahamoham. O Master of Mathura, lovely Lord of Goddess Shri, who placed such maddening melodies upon your Murali. O Cupid's charmer, please redeem a life till now misspent by joyfully destroying my extreme bewilderment. Next is from the Utkalika Ballari. I offer this one every morning when we greet the deities here in Govardhan. Lot of dear heart. Pashupala Varindya Nandanam Vadametang Maharate Yuvam Bhavatu Pranayo Bhave Bhave Bhavatore Vapadambujeshu Me. O Radha Krishna, children of the best of cowherd men, this single boon I beg from you again and yet again. In all the countless births my endless sins will make me meet. May all my love flow toward your luscious, lustrous lotus feet. Now, one quick note, I have to give a shout out to Krishna Prabhupada, who was the original translator of all these for me. And from his English translations, I made the English poems. All right, this is from Leela Chanda, which is a wonderful description, a condensed version of Krishna's Vrindavan Leela in all kinds of wonderful Sanskrit poems. So this is from the beginning, the Mangala-charan. This is one of the verses of the time favorites. Mulokata Vidayani Bhavatado Krishna Nitishnakshayat Kelam Bhimani Chakravaka Nichayat Hacham Yamana Muhu Karnanandika Lasvana Bhatame Jivatati Prangane Gurnatunga Dasabalista Bhakata Piyushakalolini. Words that tell of your glorious deeds, our river of nectar, O Lord of my heart, and from those who drink deep at that river, desires for other words quickly depart. Sages they are, Chakavaka birds play, those who drink at the river of talks about you, uprooting the huge tree of death and rebirth, that river their faith ever freshens anew. Waves churn that river, exchanges of love as you sport with your dear ones, your pure devotees, bubbling and rippling and murmuring sweetly. That stream delights all with divine melodies. O Krishna, O fount of sweet nectarous pastimes, O you whose great deeds should be heard and then sung, may the river of poetry, limning your glories, flow into my heart and then over my tongue. So that word lim, L-I-M-N, means to describe. It's not such a well-known word, but it comes in handy in poems. Okay, here's another one from Leela Chanda, 36, describing the flute song of Krishna. Jagadudhadamaduri duri nam adunamam dadamindara Amatasha param mudanta katvan murali nadu sudaduni dunitam. The flute sends forth a flood of nectar sound, a river where the sweetest sweetness lies. Indeed, no better beverage can be found, yet even Shri can drink it, though she tries. O Krishna, kindly hear this desperate plea from one now deep in misery immersed. Please let my ears drink in that melody, so that my heart may slake its burning thirst. Another one, Leela Chanda. Leela Chanda. Manasita Pandijushte, Labdha Patosmi Dushte, Himanagahana Rupe, Hanta Sante, Akalanakara Rakshahe, Namundada Daksham, Upanayama Mahaste, Bhakti Rajam Namaste. You see, it has some internal rhyme there. Fallen in this deep and dark and dirty well of Maya, threatened by the snake of lust, whose venom burns like fire. Helplessly I pray, O Lord, whose strength is never in doubt, Place the rope of bhakti in my hands and pull me out. I sometimes use this in my classes. I quote this and I say, so Krishna has this rope of bhakti. What do we have to do? We have to hang on to that rope by practicing strict sadhana. Okay, here's one of my favorite poems, Govinda Virodavali. Avatang Satamandra Mandare, Tadani Nechakoda Panjare, Navakungama Punda Pinjare, Ratamastam Mama Gopa Kundare. Delightful blooms adorn his ears, whose charm and beauty none can gauge. The gopi's eyes can no more leave his form than birds can leave a cage. With kumkum spread upon his limbs, a fair complexion he enjoys. I pray my heart will fill with love for Krishna, best of cowherd boys. Another Govinda Virodava. Smita Duchi Makadanda Syandi Vaktara Vindam Tavapada Padahang Sandishta Gandham Mukunda Vidichita Pashupali Netra Saranga Rangam Mamadidiyatadagi Sangamangi Karotu. From the lotus of your face, dear Lord, trickles forth the luscious nectar of the beauty of your smile. Your exalted devotees, great swans, seek the fragrance of that lotus, which does ere their hearts beguile. Your beloved gopis' eyes, mad bees, taste the most exquisite pleasure in that lotus of your face. O my dear Mukunda Dev, I pray, may the lake of my poor heart be by that lotus ever graced. Hare Krishna. This is the untitled prayer from Stabhamala, and it's the famous one. Probably quote this over. Vidachaya Mahidandam, Vidachaya Mahidandam, Dina Bando Dayamba, Katadihina Bavarta Kacha Dunya Mamasti, Niputata Shatakoti, Nimalang Vanavambhas, Tatapikita Payoda, Stuyate Chatakena. The Chataka subsists on rain, it catches in midair, and so it's always praying to the cloud to send its fare. Yet though the cloud may send a thunderbolt instead of rain, that bird continues praying fervently despite the pain. Just like the Chataka, I fix my mind upon one goal, and that is you, O Lord, most kind to every fallen soul. So whether it is punishment you give or mercy sweet, I'll always pray to you for service to your lotus feet. Okay, here's that Lalita Pranam Stotra that Shanta mentioned. I still remember chanting this with the group there at Chambua. Radha Mukunda Padasambhava Karma Bindhu Nimanchano Pakadani Kutadeha Laksham Uttunga Sauda Vishesha Bharat Pagalbham Devin Gunai Sulavitang Lavitang Namami. He wipes away each drop of perspiration on the feet of Radha and Mukunda as they stage their lovers' fight. Imbued with deepest love, she cannot let Shri Krishna cheat Shri Radha, so she ridicules him to his great delight. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Raka Sudha Kedana Mandala Kanti Dandi Tunda Shriyam Chakatachal Chamuru Netram Radha Prasadana Vidhana Kalapa Siddham Devin Gunai Sulalitang Lalitang Namami. The beauty of her face rebukes the full moon's golden glow, and when she is angry, that sweet beauty grows 100-fold. Her eyes resemble those belonging to a frightened doe. For expertise in decorating Radha, she's extolled. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Lasyo lasan bhutaka shattu patatta chitra. Pattan sukha badana kanchuli kanchitangim. Borochana ruchibagarhana gauri manam. Deving gunai sulalitang lalitang namami. With wondrous colors of a dancing peacock's vivid plumes, her bodice, ornaments, and silken raiment brightly shine. The fair complexion of her graceful, charming limbs consumes the pride of Gogorochana, the best of unguents fine. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Durte Vajendratanayetam Sushnavanyam Madakshina Babakalankini Lagavaya Radhe Giram Shunuhitam Iti Shikshayantim Deving Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. She said, "O Radha, listen carefully for your own good. With skill we buff advances from Brajendra's crafty son. O dear dishonored friend, if you are submissive, then you would assure him. Assured he will assume your heart can easily be won. With lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Radha Mahabir Japate Katamatma Jena Utam Managati Beloka Belohitakshim Bhagbam Gibitamatide Nibalanjayanti Devam Gunai Sulalitam Navitam Namami. In Braja's woods, when Radha and the son of Nanda meet, they wage a blissful gambling match as all their friends look on. But when Sri Lalita sees Shyama Sundar try to cheat, she floods him with her angry insults till his pride is gone. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Vatsalya Vrindavasatim Pasupada Ragha Sakyam Shikshana Kala Sugurun Sakinam Radha Balabada Jivita Virvishesham Devindunai Sulalitan Lalitan Namami. She is the dearmost object of Yashoda's boundless love. She teaches all her friends the arts of friendship for her lord. She Radha and Mukunda, whom she values far above her own life. Oh, my friends, her glories far exceed my words. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Yam Kamapi Vachakule Visabana Jaya Preksha Sapaksha Padavi Manurunjamanam Sadyastadishta Katane Nukutata Yanti Deving Gunai Sulalitang Lavitang Namami. Sorry. She worked with all her friends to plan a daytime rendezvous of Radha and Mukunda in a lush Kadamba grove. And when she saw Shri Krishna block Shri Radha's path, she knew she'd suddenly achieved the precious goal for which she strove. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Radha Vajendra Sutta Sangama Gangachaya Varyam Vinishchatavati Mahilot Savedyaha Ham Gokrala Priyasaki Nakaramba Mukyam Devindunai Sulalitang Lalitang Namami. Of all Sri Radha's cherished friends, she is the favorite. Indeed, she's Anuradha, she who follows Radha best. When Radha and Mukunda meet for pastimes intimate, she sees their meeting as the greatest joyful nectar fest. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Nandan Namuni Lalita Gunalalitani Pundyani Yakpati Nirmala Drishta Rashtau Pritya Vakarsha Dijanam Hijavrinda Madhye Sankirtida Patikolojala Kalpavalli. A devotee who happily and truly sings this hymn, describing lovely Lalita's extraordinary traits, will win the favor of Sri Radha, who will welcome him with love into the circle of her close associates. To lovely Lalita, Sri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. For Premanandi, Hari Hari.
Hari Om.
Now, one little note on this one. One year, many years ago, when I was in Mayapur, before the big festival started, at that time there was no construction there for the big temple. So there were all these beautiful gardens, and they had fountains and everything. And at the end, near the end, they had a stage. And before the big festival started, for the devotees who came early, there would be a little show there. So I was busy working on this, and this devotee, you probably know Prabhu from the UK, I think he's still in GBC, and he was in charge of arranging that festival. So he said, "Oh, that sounds pretty good. Would you like to perform it?" at our little festival? I said, sure, and I quickly finished it. And then I was the first one on there. When all the people were coming in, they were hearing the chant. So this has a wonderful meter, one of my favorites of all. Yamalajana bandana mashita bandana mahigandana ganalasibaram Pashupada padandana mabasita kandana mapasundana manabindakaram Amadagopa patujana vitachapapujana mudukudana namavemabadam Smadananda chakshana makadabadakshana tadalakshana madidakshataram. You broke the two Yamalajin trees. You love to delight your pure devotees. You crushed the pride of the Kali snake with your prancing dance in the Yamuna lake. With the coward's prince and their life and soul, to serve thee with love is their only goal. In the caves you meet them gopis fair and enjoy sweet loving pastimes there. You're dashing, clever, and most debonair. Your lotus hands give blessings rare. To worship you again and again is the way of the wives of the cowherd men. When the gopis hear the flute you hold, their passion grows 1,000-fold. In your transcendental form we find astounding traits of every kind. Of amorous joking you're the king, indeed you're skilled at everything. Panatashin, Kunjanamam, Om under the Lakshana Manakata Pakshana Mati Dakshana Mamitapa Sukham Guru Guide Command the Mananaya Pandit the Mapakandit the Puruhu Tamakam Vita Kamala Vido Chanamanakasado Chanagoro Chanamatitam and the Kam. You're a host of invincible thunderbolts to protect your dear surrendered soul. Your silken clothes glow yellow gold, your blackish form is stunning to behold. For the elephants of your enemies, you're a lion, their feet they fear more and more. Her face defeats the full full moon. When the gopis gaze at it, they all swoon. The protector of the cows, you're skilled at mimicking the bird sweet calls and trills. You're full of joy and most sincere. At soothing hearts you have no peer. With colorful mineral pigments fine, you've adorned your limbs with designs sublime. For the lotus of Braj, you're the nourishing sun. While Hume at Indradev was outdone. On your forehead golden tilak glows. Your ruddy nails glow on your fingers and toes. Okay, next. On Matadatinaka Shandatasaka Vinadayaka Chalachillitatam. Udata Sankochana Mamadalochana Madamochana Mamanani Natam. Nikaladi gold of a munda the soul and the gold of a piece of the tongue. Mutapada Padla Bamanga Mavalla Bichidur of a Savalasicatum. Keepers up your eyebrows, you shoot Cupid's arrows straight and true. When struck by your dancing sidelong glance, Sri Radha enters a blissful trance. O merciful Lord, with lotus petal eyes, you weaken the sinful, strengthen the wise. The Devas all bow down to you. When you killed the Gossamer, you blessed him too. Of those who are worshipped, you're the best. Bright kumkum adorns your limbs and chest. Your love for the love-filled gopis fair is a flood of nectar beyond compare. When touched by your delicate lotus feet, the land of Braj feels joy complete. Compared with your playful, graceful gait, I Robert has walked his second way. Good Jonathan the Papa, Kamanata the Shapa, Kanakadaba, Kamadonos to the Lam, in the Vikamacha, but the Buddha put the guy, but the Gunda, but the Dhanajari Balam. When threats to your devotees suddenly appear, your powerful shoulders crush the fear. As you walk the path among the forest trees, with your friends you enjoy many ecstasies. You wander among the kadamba blooms like a honeybee drunk on the heady perfumes. The coos of the cuckoos never can defeat the mellifluous sound of your voice so sweet. For the weeds of the demons grown so rash, you're the forest fire where they burn to ash. For every cow and cowherd boy, you're the guardian friend and fount of joy. From flower petal lips where the rubies glow, your gentle smiles and laughter flow. The demoniac monsters, proud of their might, you crush with ease when the fools dare fight. Shudiratna Vibhushana Vijitita Pushana Madhushana Nayanandikatim Yamanata Tatalpata Pushmananta Damadajal Padayatapta Team. Vande Mahi Vandita Nandamamandita Kulamandita Kulakansamatim Kami Hadamo Dadahadadaso Dadahadano Dadahadabadadatim. Your gem-studded earrings conquer the sun. Your noble deeds are never outdone. The bees' quick dances fully minimized by the glances cast from the corners of your eyes. On the Yamuna's shore you recline on a bed of forest flowers finely spread. She Radha's wordplay clever and bold. Delights you more than can ever be told. I bow to you who yourself bow down to none, the king of the cowherd's town. In an eminent family you took your birth. You killed King Kansa, scourge of the earth. Oh Lord, please let me always please those dear to you, your pure devotees. Oh Krishna, the one boon I entreat, eternal love for your Lord is feet. Lord Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Okay, here's a few verses then. I think we're almost done. Mukunda Muktavali, 27. Chikadakadam Badachad Shikandam, Badabanita the Badachikandam, Vadarutinita the Mundakundam, Pudabadava the Sapadimakundam. His hair is adorned with a peacock plume, his forehead conquers the best half moon, his jasmine bud-like teeth glow white. May Krishna fill your heart with light. Uh-oh, this one I was supposed to skip, but someone else is doing it. I forgot to take it out. Should I say it anyway? Okay. Remember that? You asked me to do, another devotee is going to chant this one, or at least do something from the Hare Krishna Stabhaka. Whoever's, all right. I have my, okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to skip the Hare Krishna Mastabhaka because there's another devotee who's going to do this one. So we're going to go to the Mukunda Mukhavali 27. We did that. Vidagda Madhava 128. Could you scroll down a little bit? Yeah. Ashtambi Shuttaputakaya Navavaya Navakakaling Kalayan Shatatitapatita Mukto Malada Prishte Muhur Lutati. Lord Brahma is the gravest soul, supremely self-controlled, an ocean of composure, he's a wonder to behold. But when he hears Govinda's flute produce its maddening sound, he loses it, and on his swan he starts to roll around. Oh, Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. So I think, did I go over time or under time?
No, we have plenty of time for you, Prabhu.
Well, should I do this Hare Krishna Stabhaka one?
Can we hear this one again? The last one was really good.
Oh, the one about Brahma?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, this is one of the funny verse. Ashtabhi Shatapatakaya Navavaya Navakakalin Kalayan Shatatitapatita Mukto Madhara Prishte Muhur Latati. Lord Brahma is the gravest soul, supremely self-controlled, an ocean of composure. He's a wonder to behold. But when he hears Govinda's flute produce its maddening sound, he loses it, and on his swan he starts to roll around. Great source, sense of humor, Rupa Goswami. Well, there it is. That's my selection for this.
Hari Hari Bol.
Haribol, Haribol.
Thank you so much, Dravida Prabhu, for coming online. Well, we
Sure.
pray maybe we can buy you a ticket next year that you come here. How
Yeah.
nice it would be. Eh? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind because that's
Everybody
one of
wants you. More loud, loud.
All right. For that, you get a bonus verse. This one's by Raghunath Das Goswami. He's glorifying the holy name. And sometimes when they have these kirtan melas, I'm able to introduce, the Shikshastika, but I also sing this one. So it's not on the board, but I'll just chant it. Radheti nama navasunda dasida mugdam, Krishneti nama modulabra dagara dugdam, Savakshanam sadabiraga himena ramyam, Kritvat daiva pipame vasane chadarte. An excellent fresh nectar drink with endless subtle tastes. Such is the name of Radha, by whom all three worlds are graced. Condensed milk that is wonderfully delicious, thick and sweet. Such is the name of Krishna, in whom all attractions meet. Now mix these drinks, O thirsty tongue, and add the cooling, fragrant spice of love, a prize the wise will try to buy at any price. And then at every moment drink this beverage most fine, and make my heart supremely blissful, peaceful, and divine.
Hariva.
Hare Krishna. All right, so it's a little late here. I'm going to have to bid you adieu. Thank you.
One of the
Th-
characteristics of Dravida Prabhu's singing is the speed, right?
Yeah, I know it's too fast. It's too fast.
Yeah, the poetries in Sanskrit, they are like tongue twisters, you know, and it's not easy actually what it does to sing so fast. So thank you so much for this wonderful. We are immersed now, right? Yeah.
Well, I have to thank Prashanta for inviting me every year, and it's one of my favorite times of the year. So thank you so much, Prashanta, and your wonderful work there with the VIHE.
Please
And
take
now, and
us.
what? Wait a minute. We should tell them about. They probably know about it. The site, the VIHE site. You put a bunch of my recordings on there. You remember
Right?
that? If you, yeah, there's a lot of these. I think these nectar poems are on there too. Before the whole. Okay, I have to take rest. Thank you, and
Good
enjoy the
night,
festival. Good
Dravida
night.
Prabhu. Sweet dreams of
Thank you.
Krishna, who performs his pastimes in the forest of Vrindavan.
Yeah, Haribol.
Hare
All glory to
Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada. Haribol.
So this was, I think, a good start for our. Um, this was a good start for um, our session here. Did somebody take away all my papers and did not return them? Like, I have nothing with me. What's happening now? This is a, yes, she's there. Okay. Here's the thief. Good. Okay, before we continue, I will sing just a few verses about Rupa Goswami and about the empowerment that he received from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to speak about Krishna, to describe Krishna. Not only in the ways of describing the science of bhakti, as we heard yesterday, as the Abhidheya Acharya, but also in this wonderful capacity of writing poetry, describing Krishna and his activities, his qualities, his beautiful form, the land of Vrindavan, and so on. So we'll speak a few verses. Most of them are from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, just to locate the identity of Rupa Goswami. It making a sound, yeah. So the first one actually, in the first one, Kaviraj Goswami is comparing Srila Rupa Goswami to Lord Brahma. Not in the sense that he rolls on his swan, but in the sense that Lord Brahma got knowledge. He was empowered from within the heart in the beginning of creation to disseminate the Vedic knowledge. So in the same way, in this age of Kali, Srila Rupa Goswami is empowered to glorify the Lord. So this is a very beautiful verse here. Vrindavaniyam rasakeni vartam kalena luptam nija shakti mutkam sancharya rupe vyatanot punasa prabhur vidhau pragivarloka shrishtim. So this is the translation. Before the creation of this cosmic manifestation, the Lord enlightened the heart of Lord Brahma with the details of the creation and manifested the Vedic knowledge in exactly the same way. The Lord, being anxious to revive the Vrindavan pastimes of Lord Krishna, impregnated the heart of Rupa Goswami with spiritual potency. By this potency, Srila Rupa Goswami could revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan, activities almost lost to memory. In this way, he spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world. So we heard Tene Brahmaridaya Adikavaye. Lord Brahma is the Adikavi. And here we hear that Rupa is also the Adikavi. So this applies to his activities of writing, and this also applies to his revealing the holy places of Vrindavan. Now, another glorification of Srila Rupa Goswami from Chaitanya Charitamrita. Priya Swarupe Dayita Swarupe Prema Swarupe Sahajabhirupe Nijanurupe Prabhureka Rupe Tatanarupe Swavilasarupe. Obviously it's about Rupa. Indeed, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose dear friend was Swarup Damodar, was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was very, very dear to the Lord. Being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He very carefully followed the principles enunciated by the Lord, and he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami just so he could render service by writing transcendental literatures. Now we hear from the Bhakti Ratnakara. If Sri Rupa did not appear in the age of Kali Yuga, who would distribute love of Krishna throughout the world, who would renounce all pleasures, who would worship Vrindavan and discuss the books of the Bhakti path, who could have understood the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, and who could experience the love of Sri Radha and Krishna without the mercy of Sri Rupa. O tongue, always sing the name of Sri Rupa. O mind, always remember Sri Rupa, the personification of kindness. O head, always bow to Sri Radhika, the embodiment of mercy. This is from a work called Sadhana Deepika. Now we are going to hear a verse which was compiled by Srila Jiva Goswami, praising the poetry of Sri Rupa. Shall we hear? Kavyam sudharuchiharam vibudha pibante Rupa sananda sutarupa gunanurupa Tasyanya kavyam atitikta bhavutsrijante Shastam prashastam asakrin mama nirmimitam. Srila Jiva Goswami says, my opinion is that the poetry of Srila Rupa Goswami, which describes the pastimes of the son of Nanda, the qualities and the form of the son of Nanda, those who are Vibudha, the intelligent people, they drink it that as with the pure taste. They drink that poetry. And after drinking that poetry, when they hear the poetries of others, they find them very bitter. This is a praise of the poetry of Sri Rupa. All right. So now we are going to, yesterday we spoke, we have with us Radha Varadeshwari Devidasi and her good husband, now Kishore Govinda Prabhu. And they are going to sing some of the works. Which one are you starting with? Hari Kusumastava. Okay. Hari Kusumastava. Hari Kusumastava. This is the one where I'm singing one of the verses. Yeah, that's the one. Hari Kusumastavaka. So now there is something very special. Are you going to point out what is special about this composition? You know, as I said, tongue twisters, and I don't know how the Sanskrit poets are coming up with this, but so this is very amazing. What happens with this poetry? There are 11 verses. Radha Varadeshwari will sing 10.
Yes.
And I'll sing the 11th one with some explanation. But what Rupa Goswami has done is that the end of each line, the last two syllables that end each line, also begin the next line. Such as our Gatiganjita Mattatara Viradham. So the last two words are Ra-dham. The first two words of the next line are Radha. So it is Gatiganjita Mattatara Dviradam Radhanindita Sundara Kunda Madam. Madam. Madanar Buddha Rupa Madagna. Madanar Buddha Rupa Madagna Ruchim Ruchirasmita Manjari Manju Mukham Mukhari Kritavenu Kuta Pramadam Madavalgita Lochanata Marasam Rasapura Vikasa Kakeli Param Paramartha Parayana Loka Gatim. So you can see here how it goes. The last two syllables of each line are the same as the first two syllables of the next line. Now, when you compose, it takes you a little effort to get it right. For 10 verses, it's like that. So this is the expertise. Remember who is Rupa Goswami? He is Srimati Rupa Manjari. She is the Adikavi, the original beautiful poet. It is said in the spiritual world, every word is a song. What means song? Song means kavya, kavita. It is a poetry. People do not speak like we do idarao. It's a beautiful way of speaking each and everything. Very poetical, with a special tune. So here is the wonderful composition here. Hari Kusumastavaka.
Gati Ganjita Mattatara Dviradam Radhanindita Sundara Kundamadam Madanarbuda Rupa Madagna Ruchim Ruchirasmita Manjari Manjumukham Mukhari Krita Venuhrita प्रमदं मदवल्गितलोचनकामरसं रसपूरविकाशककेलिपरं परमार्थपरायणलोकगतिम् गतिमण्डितया मुनतीरभुवं भुवनेश्वरवन्दितचारुपदं पदकोज्ज्वलकोमलकण्ठरुचं रुचकाटविशेषकवल्गुतरम् तरलप्रचलाकपरीतशिखं शिखरीन्द्रधृति प्रतिपन्नभुजं भुजकेन्द्रफनाङ्गनरङ्गधरं धरकन्धरकेलनलुब्धहृदम् हृदयालु सुहृत् गणदत्तमहं महनीयकथाकुलधूतकलिं कलिताखिल दुर्जय बाहुबलं बलवल्लभशावक संनिहितम् हितसाधु समीहितकल्पतरुं तरुणीगणनूतन पुष्पशरं शरणागतरक्षणदक्षतमं तमसाधुकुलोपलचन्दकरम् करपद्ममिलत् कुसुमस्तवकं बकदानवमत्तकरीन्द्रहरिं हरिणीगणहारक वेणुकलं कलकण्ठवरोज्ज्वलकण्ठरणम् रणकण्डितदुर्जनपुण्यजनं जनमङ्गलकीर्तिलताप्रभवं भवसागरकुम्भजनां अगुणां गुणसङ्गविवर्जितभक्तगणम् गणनातिकदिव्यगुणोल्लसितं स्मितरश्मिसहोदरवक्त्रवरं वरधृप्तवृषासुरधारगणं गणविभ्रमवेशविहारमयम् मयपुत्रतमक्षयपूर्णविदुं विदुरीकृतदानवराजकुलं कुलनन्दनमत्र नमामि हरिं कुलनन्दनमत्र नमामि हरिम्
Hari Hari. I will read some of the translation here. The end of the song tell us the essence. Kulanandama Atra Namami Harim. The entire composition is an offering of obeisances. I offer obeisances to Lord Hari. And then the whole description of Hari. So his grateful movements rebuke the maddened elephants. You know, when elephants are maddened, they move in different ways. So Krishna also, but he moves very gracefully. He has very handsome teeth that condemn the jasmine flower's pride. It is the time of Mogra. You know, you've seen beautiful Mogra buds. So nothing to do with Krishna's teeth. His handsomeness destroys the pride of millions of Kamadeva, the most beautiful person in Swarga. His charming face is decorated with the blossom of a splendid smile. His talkative flute has captured the gopis. His happily dancing eyes are like red lotus flowers. You know, it is said Krishna's eyes are always reddish. You know why? Krishna's eyes are reddish because he is always full of emotions, in love for his devotees, ready to cry. He enjoys transcendental pastimes that are a flood of nectar. He is the goal of they who search for the ultimate goal of life. His footsteps decorate the Yamuna shore. His handsome feet are worshipped by the kings of all the planets. His soft and glorious neck is decorated with a padaka. Sometimes it is said that they have lines in his gala. He is gracefully decorated with gorochana tilak. He has a top knot sometimes, decorated with a moving peacock feather. His arm defiantly lifted the king of mountains. He made the courtyard of the kings of serpents expanded hoods into his dancing arena. What is that? Kalia. How nicely. The expanded hoods of Kalia became a courtyard on which he danced. His heart is greedy to enjoy pastimes in the mountain caves. You know, in Govardhan, they said there are two kinds of caves. There are the caves that you see the entrance and you go inside. And there are the caves which are hidden. Where are they hidden? They are hidden behind the waterfalls. But Krishna and his friends are very, very expert. By the sound of the waterfall, they can tell whether there is stone behind or there is a cave. The narration of his glories shake away the age of Kali. He is a joyful festival for his affectionate friends. He possesses the strength of all conquerable arms. He possesses the strength of all unconquerable arms. He is the constant companion of Balaram and the coward boys. He is a desired tree. For whom? For the saintly devotees. No saintly, no. He is a new Kamadev for the young gopis. He is the expert protector of they who take shelter of him. He is the blazing sun that burns the Utpala flowers of the demons who holds, of the demons, okay. He is the blazing sun that burns the Utpala flowers of the demons. What does that mean? What is an Utpala? It is a kind of lotus, but it is a lower category. Therefore, compared to the demons. And the Utpala, whereas some of the lotuses, they bloom in the sun, the Utpala, it withers. The Utpala withers in the sun. So Krishna is the blazing sun that extinguishes all the demons. He holds a bunch of flowers in his lotus hand. When is that? You know when he holds a bunch of flower in his lotus hand? When he enters the rasa dance. He is a lion against the mad elephant of Bakasura. His flute music charms the does. Who are the does? No, not just the gopis, the does. He charms the does. You know, in the forest, he plays his flute, and there is the hiran. How do you say that in English? The deer. There is the Hiran and there is the Hirani. There is the lady deer. They are husband and wife in the forest. When Krishna plays his flute, little better. The doe, immediately, they cock their ears and they close their beautiful doe black surrounded like a mascara they have around their eyes. And they immediately become captured. This is interesting because the deer is captured also by the hunter by playing the flute. So the most fortunate does and deers, they are captured in Vrindavan by the flute sound of Krishna. And the does, they get captured first. They immediately surrender and they start going in the direction of the flute sound. And very soon, their husbands follow them. Therefore, the gopis are very, very jealous of the doe. Because when the gopis hear Krishna's flute, they also become captured and they start running towards the sound of the flute, but their husbands don't follow them. They try to stop them. So he captures the does. And the does and the deer, they stand at a little distance and they hear the sound of the flute. His voice is more splendid than the singing of woo-hoo. He broke the demon yakshas in battle. The wine of his fame is auspicious for the people. The holy name and transcendental qualities are like an Agastya Muni that drinks up the ocean of repeated birth and death. So by chanting his name, one conquers life and death. His devotees are untouched by the modes of material nature. His transcendental qualities are countless. His handsome face is the brother of the moon. Why? It's Krishna Chandra. No? So his face is the brother of the moon, but they can't compare. Because the moon has black marks on it. Still very, very beautiful. But Krishna's moon-like face has no defects. So he's the beautiful brother of the moon. He is a rain cloud against the forest fire of arrogant Arishtasur. Arishtasur attacked very boldly, and he is compared to a forest fire. I mean, so dangerous. No one could stop him. But Krishna came in just like a rain cloud and poof, finish. He is playful and decorated with charming ornaments. He is a full moon that destroyed the darkness of Vyomasur. He brought pain to the demon kings. He is the delight of his relatives. What do? Namami Harim. I bow down unto him. Why do all the people bow down unto Lord Hari? Not because it is a duty, not because they are forced to, because it is automatic, because he is the most of everything, and therefore Krishna, the most attractive, and the jivas are naturally conquered by him. So there is an 11th verse to this composition, and we will sing it. You can show the 11th verse. Do you have it, Hari Prabhu? So we will read this verse because the meaning is, oh, to Lord Hari, again I offer my respectful obeisances. Vande. Vande means I offer my homage. I offer my obeisances. I offer my obeisances unto Lord Hari, who bears the marks of Srivats on his chest, whose splendid garland is the palatial home of many bees, who is the great auspiciousness of the gopis, and whose transcendental form is splendid with sandal paste. So this is a very, very special verse here. And one of the central pieces of this verse is the bees. It is the bees. What does it say here? That the bees, they have made their home, or rather their temple, within the garland of Hari. Krishna wears a garland. He who has the mark of Lakshmi and Shivat on his chest, he wears a very splendid garland, ever fresh, supremely fragrant garlands. So the bees who roam about the forest, you know, the bees have a very strong sense of smell. How do you think they collect honey? How do they collect honey? They collect honey from the powder, from the flowers. How do they know where the flowers are? They smell. Many times we praise the dogs for their smell, right? They are used by the police to find all kinds of things. But higher than the sense of smell of the dog is the sense of smell of the bee. 1 kilometer away, they know which field is blooming. So, but then one day the bees in the forest become bewildered. Oh, what is this fragrance? Oh, there must be some extraordinary flower. So they fly, they all gather together. And they arrive. Where do they arrive? They land on this garland, which is on the chest of Lord Hari. They land on the garland, and there they are checking all the flowers. And they go like, it's not this flower. It's not that flower. It's not this flower. It's not that flower. Then finally they conclude, oh, it is the body of the Lord. That smells so good. So they make their residence within the flower garland of the Supreme Lord. And there they hum. They're humming. So here we are going to hear the humming of the bees. This is what Rupa Goswami has done here. He has used the science of onomatopoeia. You know what is onomatopoeia? It is a word that by pronouncing it, it produces the same sound of what you mean to say. Like when there is an explosion, what do you say? It's an explosion, but you can also call it a boom. It's a boom. And that's an explosion, because the explosion, it sounds like this boom. So the sound of the bees in Urasi parispura dindira mindindira mandira sajolasitam. Urasi parispura dindira mindindira mandira sajolasitam. Hari mangalati mangala mangala satchandanam bande. Did you hear? Urasi parispura indirang indindira mandira Srajolasitam Harim Anganati Mangala Mangala Satchandanam Bande Urasi Parisvara Dindira Mindindira Mandira Srajolasitam Harimanganati Mangala Mangala Satchandanam Bande Hari Hari. All right. Now we are going to hear various verses compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. And so that you don't feel lost, we are going to start by the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And we will recite, and you will see that the verses are actually very beautiful. So they will appear, I hope, on the screen. We will go through a few verses, but through the entire Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which has 4 different parts. So we start with the first verse. This is the invocation and irregular composition. Akhila Rasamrita Murti Prasimara Ruchirutta Taraka Palihi Kalita Shyama Lalito Radha Preyan Vidurjayate. Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, be he glorified by virtue of his expanding, attractive features. He subjugated the gopis named Taraka and Pali and absorbed the minds of Shyama and Lalita. He is the most attractive lover of Srimati Radharani and is the reservoir of pleasure for devotees in all devotional mellows. So this is describing Krishna, who is Akhila Rasamrita Murtihi. His form is the manifestation of all rasas. And especially which rasa? The conjugal rasa. And therefore he has conquered all the gopis. And the ones which are mentioned here are from different wings. All the different wings gopis have been conquered by Krishna, the king of rasa. Rasa Raj. Next is Rupa Goswami offers his obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu before starting to write the nectar of devotion. Hridayasya preranaya pravartitoham barakarupopi tasya hare padakamalam bande chaitanya devasya. Although I am the lowest of men and have no knowledge. Remember, what is the main quality of Rupa? Humility. Although I am the lowest of man and have no knowledge, the Lord has mercifully bestowed upon me the inspiration to write transcendental literature about devotional service. Therefore, I offer my obeisances at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has given me the chance to write these books. Bhakti Shastri students, memo session. Anya vilashita sunyam jnana karma janavitam anukulyena Krishna anushilanam bhaktiruttamam. When first-class devotional service develops, it must be devoid of all material desires, of all knowledge obtained by monistic philosophy and fruitive action. The devotee must constantly serve Krishna favorably as Krishna desires. Sarvopadi vinirmuktam tat paratvena nirmalam rishikera rishikesha Sevanam bhaktiruchyate. Bhakti or devotional service means engaging all our senses in the service of the Lord. When the spirit soul renders service unto the Supreme, there are two side effects. One is free from material designations, and simply by being employed in the service of the Lord, one's senses are purified. Salokya sarshti samipya sarupye katmavapyuta diyamanam na grahanti vina matsevanam janaha. My devotees do not accept salokya, sarshti, sarupya, samipya, or oneness with me, even if I offer these liberations in preference to serving me. So this is the rejection verse from Srimad Bhagavatam that rejects the devotees. What do they want? Only the service of Krishna's lotus feet, which is way beyond liberation. Now this here, very interesting. Kleshagni Shubhada Moksha Laguta Krit Sudurlabha Sandrananda Visheshatma Shri Krishna Karshini Chasam. This is from the introduction of the Nectar of Devotion. The 6 characteristics of pure bhakti. First of all, devotional service is kleshagni. It destroys all misery, even for beginners. This means that it reduces or nullifies all kinds of suffering. The word Shubhada indicates that devotional service bestows all good fortune. It is the giver of Shubha. Shubha means auspiciousness. And the words Krishna Akarshini indicates that devotional service gradually attracts Krishna towards the devotee. Consequently, a devotee is not subject to any sinful reaction. This translation is a little incomplete here. Sandrananda Visheshatma, and the nature. This describes the characteristics of the 3 different types of bhakti, which is sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, and prema bhakti. So even at the beginning of sadhana bhakti, the devotee feels relief from material sufferings, and then gradually all good qualities and all auspiciousness manifest for him. And then this pleasure of interacting, of serving the Lord becomes so intense that it becomes very, very absorbing, and one cannot perceive anything else anymore. This is how the great devotees, they seem to be completely aloof from cold, from heat, from happiness, from distress. Why? Because within Sandrananda, this intense Ananda is coming out, manifesting. So, and then finally, the great characteristics of pure devotional service, it is that it attracts Krishna. Okay? Bhakti, pure bhakti, nullifies all sins. Aprarabdha phalam papam kutam bijam phalam mukham krameneva praliyeta Vishnu bhakti ratatmanam. There are 3 stages of fructification for sinful activity. At one stage, one commits the sinful act. That is one of the points. When we see the sinful act, but this is the visible, but behind that, there is the invisible. Before that, the seed of this act exists. And before the seed, there is something even more subtle. Before that, there is ignorance, whereby one commits the sin. Suffering is involved in all three stages. However, Krishna is merciful to his devotee, and consequently, he immediately nullifies all three stages: the sin, the seed of sins, the ignorance that leads one to sin, and the tendency to sin. Haribol! Therefore, it is superior. Superior to what? Prayashchita. You heard of this word, prayashchita? Ooh, very bad, very bad. Prayashchita only counteracts the some immediate reaction, but it does not take out the seed. It does not take out the tendency. Everything remains on the subtle platform, and therefore, after some time, like when you cut the bamboos in the field, you get, wow, I got rid of all the bamboos. And after some time, boop, 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 they all come up again. Definition of sadhana bhakti. Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhava sa sadhana vidha nitya siddhasya bhavasya prakatyam hridi sadhyata. When transcendental devotional service by which love for Krishna is attained is executed by the senses or the regulative discharge of devotional service, such devotion eternally exists within the heart of every living entity. The awakening of this eternal devotion is the potentiality of devotional service in practice. So sadhana means, what is sadhana? Is sadhana not bhakti? Yes, it is bhakti in the form of practice. And it has the quality to later on, it will help the awakening of transcendental devotion. What is the fundamental principle of bhakti? Anybody knows? Always remember Krishna and never forget him. Smartavya satatam Vishnur vismartavyo na jatu chit sarve vidhi nishedhasyur etayoreva kinkaraha. Krishna is the origin of Lord Vishnu. He should always be remembered and never forgotten at any time. All the rules and prohibition, vidhi, nishedha, mentioned in the Shastra should be the servants of these two principles. This is one of the points of this. Rupa Goswami explained there are principles and details. We must know the principles. Devotional service must be based on Shastra. No, sorry. Symptoms of surrender. Anukulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam rakshishyati iti vishvaso gopritve varnam tatha atmanikshepa karpanye shadvidha sharanagatihi. The 6 divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, the rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give all protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, and full self-surrender and humility. Devotional service must be based on Shastra. Shruti Smriti Puranadi Pancharatra Vidhim Vina Ekantiki Harer Bhakti Rutpatayeva Kalpate. Devotional service to the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, Narada Pancharatra, and so on, is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. A devotee is a liberated soul. This, of course, especially refers to a perfected devotee. But any devotee is already walking on the path of liberation. Iha yasya harirdasya karmana manasa gira nikhilasya pyavasthasu jivan mukta sa uchate. One who engages in the transcendental service of the Lord in body, mind, and words is to be considered liberated. Hari Hari. Devotional service begins with the tongue. Atasi Krishna namadi na bhavedhyayam indriyaihi sevam mukhehi jivadau swayameva spuratyadaha. Because Krishna's form, qualities, pastimes, and so on are all on the absolute platform, material senses can therefore not appreciate them. When a conditioned soul is awakened to Krishna consciousness and renders service by using his tongue to chant the Lord's holy name and taste the remnants of the Lord's food, the tongue is purified, and one gradually comes to understand who Krishna really is. Now we will hear of practical renunciation. What is it in Sanskrit? Yukta Vairagya. Yukta means connected. So when we connect everything to Krishna and do not use those things for our own pleasure, yet use them for the pleasure of Krishna, that is called renunciation for Vaishnavas. This is Vaishnava renunciation. Anasaktasya vishayan yatarham upayunjataha nirbandha Krishna sambandhe yuktam vairagyamuchyate. When one is not attached to anything, but at the same time accepts everything in relation to Krishna, one is rightly situated above possessiveness. Now we are going to read of incomplete renunciation. What is the word for that? Phalgu. Phalgu Vairagya. Phalgu means falls. Falls. There is a river in Bihar. Anybody from Bihar here? Yeah. Have you seen the Phalgu river? When I was 20 years old, I came first time to India. And I went to Bodh Gaya. And the people told me, there is the Phalgu river here, but you cannot see it. I said, oh, what is the Phalgu river? He said, it is a river which flows underground. I said, wow, river that falls underground. So one morning I departed from the village, determined to find the Phalgu river. So I was walking and walking and walking in the jungle. And finally, and I was looking, no river, no sign of any river. Then at some point, I came upon a spot, I was looking, oh, sand. Like a bank of sand. There was a big bank, very large bank of sand. And on both sides, trees. Like on the bank of a river. On the bank of the river, the trees grow. So I thought, this must be the place. So I went there and I went in the sand and I started digging and digging and digging and digging and digging. And what I found, some distance down, it's wet. It is wet. The river is flowing underground. Just like a renounced person who looks renounced externally, but whose material desires flow within, underneath the surface. So this is the definition here. Prapanchikataya buddhya harisambandhi vastunaha mumukshubhi parityago vairagyam phalu katyate. One who rejects anything without knowledge of its relationship to Krishna is incomplete in his renunciation. So that's one aspect of the definition. We renounce, like this is a criticism of impersonalism. Jagat Mithya. So therefore, nothing to do with this world. But at the same time, inside, would like to enjoy. Service in perfection. Seva sadhaka rupena siddha rupena chatrahi tadbhava lipsuna karya vrajalokanusarataha. The advanced devotee who is inclined to spontaneous loving service should follow the activities of a particular associates of Krishna in Vrindavan. We were hearing this yesterday. Following in the footsteps of the Brijabasis. He should execute service externally as a regulative devotee, as well as internally from his self-realized position. Thus, he should perform devotional service both externally and internally. So, a realized devotee has two forms. Which form? Sadhaka rupa, the form of a sadhaka, in which he follows the rules and regulations and observes the temple worship. And then he has another form, which is called Siddharupa, in which his transcendental senses are awakened. And with these transcendental senses, he renders service unto Radha and Krishna on the transcendental platform. We remember the story of Rupa Goswami one time, who offended unwillingly, unknowingly, a limping man. Rupa Goswami was sitting under a tree and he was fully absorbed internally. And he was watching the gopis. And something very funny happened and he started laughing. His internal, ananda, manifested externally, but his eyes were closed and he was in the pastime. But somehow or other, he started laughing, looking at the gopis. And when he was such laughing, one man was passing by who was limping. And he took it, that look at him. He's laughing at me. So this is the engagement of the great devotees, the Goswamis. They were in their Swarup, their Siddharupa, they would serve the Lord. But externally, they were always following very nicely. So Rupa Goswami, after this happened, when he came out of his meditation, he found that he was not able to chant properly. Then he thought, I must have committed an offense. So he invited everybody for prasadam. And one man did not come. Who was he? The limping man. Then Rupa Goswami thought, they must be the one. Then he approached him and found out and offered his apology. Very sorry. So this is Siddharupa and Sadhaka Rupa. Okay. Definition of bhava. Shuddha sattva visheshatma prema suryam susamya bhak ruchi vishchitamasrinya kridasau bhava uchate. When devotional service is situated on the transcendental platform of pure goodness. Shuddha sattva visheshatma. It is like a ray of the sunlight, Surya Amshu. It's like a ray of the sunlight of love for Krishna. At such time, devotional service causes the heart to be softened by various tastes, and it is called bhava, which means transcendental emotion. the definition of prema. Samyam srinita swanto mamattvati sayankitaha bhava sa eva sandratma buddhai prema nigadyate. When that bhava softens the heart completely, becomes endowed with a great feeling of possessiveness in relation to the Lord and becomes very much condensed and intensified, it is called prema by great scholars. The neophyte devotees tell Krishna, I am yours. I am yours. Please accept me. I am yours. I am yours. The self-realized devotees say, you are mine. Don't go from here. Come here. You are mine. You are mine. There's a vast difference. So, Rupa Goswami has given us all this knowledge as a meditation for us to know where to go with our bhakti, where to go with our sadhana, what mentality to have while serving. We must study his books. This is what will happen to us. Adau Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangotha Bhajana Kriya Tato Nakta Nivrittisya Tato Nishta Ruchistataha Atha Saktis Tato Bhavas Tata Prema Bhidanchati Sadhakana Mayam Premna Pradur Bhave Bhavet Kramaha. So, if we attentively chant and hear all the literatures that the Lord and his devotees have provided, then we will gradually advance on the path of bhakti. But in the beginning, one must have a preliminary desire for self-realization that is called Shraddha. One must have faith. That faith will give us the desire to practice. This will bring us to the stage of trying to associate with persons who are spiritually elevated. This is sadhu sangha. In the next stage, one must become initiated by an elevated spiritual master. This is called bhajana kriya, especially regulated bhajana kriya. When one takes initiation, before initiation, oh, I've chanted 8 rounds today, 20 rounds yesterday, tomorrow patani. But by initiation, one becomes committed to regulated bhajan. This is called bhajana kriya. And under the instructions of the spiritual master, the neophyte devotee begins the process of devotional service. By execution of devotional service under the guidance of the spiritual master, one becomes free from all material attachment. What is that? Anartha nivritti, the destruction of all unwanted things which keep us on the material platform. And then when this anartha nivritti progresses, then one attains nishtha, steadiness in self-realization. Then one acquires a taste, ruchi, for hearing about the absolute personality of Godhead, Krishna. This taste leads one further forward to attachment for Krishna consciousness, which is called asakti. And this attachment to Krishna consciousness matures into bhava, the first stage of transcendental service, which is also called the preliminary stage of transcendental love of Godhead. And real love of God, or prema, is the highest perfectional stage of life. So this is the development that we will go through by following in the footsteps of Sri Rupa. Hari Hari Bol. And some people made it. You know? Who made it? Some people made it. Shri Vishnu Shravane Parikshita Bhavat Vaya Saki Kirtane Prahlada Smarane Tadangri Bhajane Lakshmi Pritu Pujane Akrunastha Bhivandane Kapipatir Dasyeta Sakyarjuna Sarvasmatma Nivedane Balira Bhut Krishna Ptire Shampara. This is very nicely composed. What happened? Shravane, by Shravan, who obtained love of God? Parikshit, by Kirtane, who obtained love of God? Vayasaki, Shukadev, who obtained love of God by remembrance? Prahlada, who obtained love of God by worshipping the lotus feet of Krishna? Lakshmi tad angri bhajane. How did Prithu obtain perfection? Pujane, by archanam. And Akrur, what did he do? Abhivandane. He offered his prayers and obeisances. Kapipati, this is Hanuman. What did he do? He practiced dasyam. And then Arjuna, what did he do? Sakyam. And who is the last one? Bali Maharaj. What did he do? Sarvasvatma Nivedane. He actually gave up everything and engaged everything in the service of Krishna. Hari Hari. Service to Krishna begins with the tongue. Here is a verse glorifying the holy name of the Lord. Jiyanam Murare, Jiyanam Murare, Prema Marandasya Navyamarvindam, Prema Marandasya Navyamarvindam, Bhavati Yatva Bhaso Piswati Jalam, Mukti Muktaya. All glory is to the holy name of Lord Krishna, which is a blooming lotus flower filled with the nectar of pure love. The dim reflection of this name is the drop of water that creates the pearl of liberation. How so beautifully put. The holy name is a blooming flower, lotus flower, which is filled with nectar. A blooming lotus flower, first it comes small like this, then it opens. What happens when the lotus flower opens? The fragrance is released. So the holy name is like this. It is a capsule, you know. Inside, Nam, Rupa, Guna, Lila, Dhama, Prema. And just even if we chant just the reflection of the name, the reflection of the name is compared to a drop of water. The real name is the ocean. When we chant inattentively, offensively, we don't get an ocean. We get a drop. We get a drop. But this drop will create the pearl of liberation in the future. Haribo! Okay. So, I don't know. Prabhu, who is next here after this? It is you again. Okay. Okay, we hardly have enough time, but I will do a recitation of the Nam Ashtaka. This is Ashtaka. Ashta means 8. What is that? Okay. Ashtaka means 8. 8 verses, and usually, like you have heard with some of the Ashtakas which have been recited by Dravida Prabhu or sung by Varadeshwari, usually they are very even. And all the different verses have the same meter, the same composition, sometimes the same ending. It is like very regular. But the Namashtaka is different. One verse after the next, there are, I don't know how many, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5. There are 8 and maybe 5 different meters inside the Ashtaka. So let us sing this, Matlab me. Haribol, Jai. So let us sing this very beautiful glorification here of the holy name. Nikhila Shutimali Ratnamala Jyotini Rajita Pada Pankajanta Ayimukta Kule Rupa Shamanam Paritastvam Harinam Samsayami Jayanama Muni Vrindageya He Janaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite Tvamanadarapi managudiritam nikhilogratapa patalim bilumpasi Yada bhaso pyujam kavalita bhavadhanta vibhavo drisham tatvandhanam apidishati bhakti pranayinim janastasya dattam jagati bhagavan namatarane kritite nirvaktam kahihama himanam prabhavati Yad Brahma Sakshat Kriti Nishtayapi Vinashamayati Vinana Bhogaihi Apeti Nama Spurarena Tate Prarabdha Karmeti Virauti Vedaha Agadamana Yashoda Nandano Nandashuno Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanandra Pranata Karuna Krishna Vidyaneka Swarupe Tvayimamarati Rucher Vardatam Namadeya Vacham Vachakamityudeti Bhavato Nama Swarupadvayam Purvasmat Parameva Hanta Karunam Tatrapi Janimahe Yastasmin Vihita Paradanivaha Prani Samantad Bhavet Asyene damupasya sopi sadanandam budhau majjati sudita shita janarti rashaye ramya chet jagasika swarupine nama gokula mahotsavayate Krishna purna vapushe namo nama Narada vino jivana sudharmi niryasa madhuri pura Tvam Krishna Nam Kamaham Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Narada Vino Jivana. So this is the wonderful Namashtaka. Was it wonderful or not? The holy name. Nikhila Shruti Mali Ratnamala Jyotini Rajita Pada Pankajanta. The holy name is worshipped by Veda seer. All the Upanishads proclaim the glories of the Name, and they worship the effulgent rays coming from the toenails of the lotus feet of the Name. Remember, the Name and Krishna are non-different. You are eternally adored by the liberated souls. O Harinam, I take complete shelter of you. Harinama samshrayami. So this means Aikantika Namashraya. Harinama Ashrayami means I take shelter of an only name, but Samshrayami means complete full shelter. No offenses, complete faith, only process, or the main process. That is samsayami. This verse I would encourage everyone to memorize. Why? When you struggle with your japa, you stop and you chant. Nikhila Shruti Mali Ratnamala. Please sing. Nikhila Shruti Mali Ratnamala. Jyotinira Jitapada Pankajanta. Ayimukta Kulairupasyam Paritastvam Harinam Samshayami. It is a very magic verse. Immediately you get back on track with your chanting. You take shelter of the holy name. All glories to the holy name. Jaya, Jaya, Jananamadheya Muni Vrindageya. This holy name is sung by all the sages. You are the supreme combination of syllables. Param, Akshara Krite. You bring transcendental bliss to all the people. Jana Ranjanaya. Even if a person utters you only once, and even disrespectfully, still you relieve his many extreme sufferings. How merciful. O Son of the Holy Name, even a dim glimmer of your splendor swallows up the powerful darkness of materialistic life and gives those who are blind to the truth the vision to follow the path of pure devotional service. Who in this world, even if learned and pious, can fully describe your transcendental glory? Now, very important verse, very, very important verse. Yat Brahma Sakshat Kritinishtayapi Vinasamayati Vinana Bhogaihi Apeti Nama Spuralena Tate. Last line, very important. Prarabdha Karmeti Viroti Vedahan. Oh, holy name, the Vedas declare that meditation on the impersonal Brahman cannot bring freedom from karmic reactions. Why is that? You have to study Srimad Bhagavatam. It does not reveal our original ego, our original identity. And therefore, this realization of impersonal Brahman is incomplete. And therefore, one will return to this material world. But when you, oh holy name, manifest in someone's consciousness, all karma at once disappears. What is important to note here is what kind of karma disappears. We heard that the suffering is of three types. There is the bija, there is the kuta, and then there is this prarabdha and aprarabdha karma. So the holy name will kill all the seeds, burn the seeds, fry the seeds. No more growing. It will remove the tendency to commit sin. Somebody comes to you and he says, Chalo, I think I got it. I know how to deal with the ATM machine. I know how to get the money from the ATM machine. Chalo, in the middle of the night, you come with me, we're going to get all the money. If the person has inside his heart the papi bija, he will say, that sounds interesting. Okay, let's go. But if the person has only pious bija, pious kutha, and pious aprarabdha karma, which means what is aprarabdha karma? Is the karma which is there. We have committed so many actions, some pious, some impious, and they're all stored inside. Huh? If one is pious by his previous karmas, then he will say, what? Stealing? No way. Not me. Understand? But then the one who goes to steal, he commits prarabdha karma. He becomes a thief. Hmm? Just as when we take birth with a specific type of body. Hmm? Some are tall, some are short, some are beautiful, some are ugly. So many kinds of people. Hmm? And of course, for this lifetime, it's difficult to change that body. Nowadays, there are many attempts with plastic surgery to change the body. We can also, if the leg is cut, we can add some mechanical leg. We can do that. We can do so many things. We are trying. But the truth is that to change the prarabdha karma is very difficult. However, the holy name can do that. By prarabdha karma, one takes birth as a low-class person. By chanting of the holy name, he evolves as a first-class person. Wow. From outside, you see the same body. But this prarabdha is no more there. You see the same body, but the disqualification which comes with that body, that has been taken away by the holy name. Wow, wow, wow. This is the story of the Hare Krishna movement. Oh, holy name, you have many forms, such as Agadamana. Did you hear the reading of this verse? We have studied in Bhakti Shastri, long syllable, short syllables. Can you hear this one? Agadamana Yashoda Nandano Nandashuno Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanandraha Pranata Karuna Krishna Vichaneka Swarupe Tvayimamarati Rucher Vardatam Namadeya. You can understand here, long and short. And this is used for poetry. This is a very joyful verse. Agadamana Yashoda Nandano Nandashuno Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanandra. Oh, holy name, you have many forms, such as Agadamana, Yashoda Nandana, Nandasunu, Kamalanayana, Gopi Chandra, Vrindavanendra, Pranata Karuna, and Krishna. I pray that my love for you in your many forms may greatly increase. Then the next verse says, oh, holy name, you are manifested in two forms. What are these two forms? Well, actually, the holy name is non-different from Krishna himself. So the Lord manifests as Shabda. Shabda. You hear Krishna. This is the sound manifestation of Krishna. But as soon as we say Krishna, right here, standing, Tribhanga. Krishna is right here. When we say Krishna, immediately is here. And he manifests in the Archa Vigraha. So we can see him. Because the Krishna sitting here right now, nobody can see. But he's there. Because we said Krishna. So we see the Archa Vigraha. So the Lord is manifest as Shabda. And at the same time, he is manifest as himself in a beautiful form, which for the neophyte is made of material elements. And for the self-realized is a transcendental form seen by transcendental vision. The two are the same. The Archa Vigraha is an avatar, Prabhupada explains. So of these two forms, which one is the most merciful? Nama. Yes, Nama is most merciful. Why? Because Nama can be worshipped by everyone, can be taken by everyone. Hmm? Whether you are elevated, not elevated, whether you speak Sanskrit or you don't, even whether you are a devotee or you are not. So somehow you can worship the Lord by chanting the holy name. The holy name is accessible all the time, in the day, in the night, whether you are clean, cleanliness class, or unclean, still you can chant. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was running to the Tati field in the morning. He was going to free his stomach. And he was chanting, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Right? And to give us a lesson, he was trying to hold his tongue because he was thinking, how can I take Krishna to the stool field? But there is no impediment. The holy name is like the lotus leaf. No material condition can touch it. It is transcendental. So, whereas the deity, haha, take bath again. Don't worship in the night. Make sure all the ingredients are proper. Did you get your second initiation? Therefore, Harinam, most merciful. Oh, holy name, you destroy the many sufferings of those who take shelter of you. You are the very form of intense spiritual bliss, a festival of happiness for Gokul, and the perfect and complete form of Lord Krishna. Again and again, I bow down to you. Namo, Namaha. You are the enlivener of Narada's Veena. You are a flood of the waves of sweet nectar. O holy name of Lord Krishna, please forever manifest on my tongue with all your nectarian sweetness. Hari Hari. Let me see. Is Nityananda Prabhu online? Hari Prabhu? Yeah, but is he there? No, no. Okay, so we will hear and make sure that you connect with him. We are going to hear another composition by Radha Varadeshwari. This is very, very nice. Radha Damodara Preshta. This is actually the names of Srimati Radharani. Too late. So there are 4 verses. 2 verses are the names of Srimati Radharani, and the next 2 verses are blessing. Do we want blessing?
Yes.
This is not the text. Where is the text? We need the Sanskrit? Yes.
Radha Damodara Prishta Radhika Varsha Banavi Samastabavi Vrinda Damilo Tamsa Mallika Krishna Priyavali Mukhya Gandharvali Tasaki Vishakha Satya Sukhi Hari Brinda Manjari Imam Vrindavaneshwarya Dasha Nama Manorama Ananda Chandrika Nama Yorahasya Stutim Pate Saklesharahito Bhutva Dhuri Saubhagya Bhushita Tvaritam Karuna Patram Radha Madhavayor Bhave.
Oh, Radha, very dear to Lord Damodar. She is his greatest worshipper and the daughter of King Vrishabhanu. She is the crowning garland of Mallika flowers on the decorated braided hair of all the gopis. She is the first of Krishna's beloveds, an expert singer and musician. She is Lalita's friend. She who is delighted with the friendship of Vishaka, the flower blossom that attracts the black bee of Lord Hari's heart. She is Hari Rid Bringa Manjari. Manjari is a flower blossom, and Bringa is a bee. She attracts Rid, the heart of Lord Hari. He who reads this confidential prayer. How is this confidential? The Vedic literatures do not speak of Radha. Even Shukadev Goswami did not speak of Radha. And here we are hearing different names. She is Radha. She is Damodara Prishta. She is Radhika Varshabhanavi. She is Krishna Priyavali Mukhya. Out of all the gopis who are very dear to Lord Krishna, she is the head. She is the main principal person. She is Gandharva. Sometimes we worship Gandharvika Giridhari. She is Gandharvika, or Gandharva means she sings beautifully. Lalita Sakhi, she is the friend of Lalita. Vishakha Sakya Sukhini, meaning Sukhini means she takes pleasure in the friendship of Vishakha. He who reads this confidential prayer, which bears the title Ananda Chandrika, or the moonlight of bliss, and which is beautiful with 10 names of the Queen of Vrindavan, becomes free from all troubles and decorated with great good fortune. He quickly becomes the object of Sri Sri Radha Madhava's mercy. Therefore, in Vrindavan, people chant the name of Radha. Hare Krishna, Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki. So, now we are going to welcome our very dear Nityananda Prabhu, who is speaking all the way, I believe, from his home. Yes, his home in Baroda. So we offer our obeisances to Nityananda Prabhu. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitaram pavanibhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. We know Nityananda Prabhu because he spent quite some years in Vrindavan. And he is originally from Latvia, and he enrolled in a school which ran for some years in Govardhan. It was a school sponsored by the International BBT, which had as a goal to create translators for the BBT. Srila Prabhupada instructed that all the books of the Goswamis and all the books of our Acharyas should be translated and published. So for this, we need translators. One of the main translators of the BBT was Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu. Many of you might have heard of him. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, he left us. So Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu you know him probably because of the Bhagavatam translation. He and Hridayananda Goswami Maharaj, they worked on translating the remaining portions of the 10th canto, 11th canto, 12th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and writing purpose as well. So Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu was the head of a school, Sanskrit school in Govardhan for many years. And Nityananda Prabhu became one of his students, and all students are given an opportunity to learn, but not all learn. And so Nityananda has the good fortune of having assimilated the Sanskrit language quite perfectly. And he himself today is a translator of the Sanskrit texts. And he is also a lover of ashtakas and verses. So we welcome Nityananda Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, am I audible to the
Yes,
devotee?
you are very much audible, Prabhu.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me yet another year for this wonderful celebration. And this year I've chosen to chant Karpanya Panjika, which is a very beautiful prayer by Srila Rupa Goswami. And it is, the title of this prayer can actually be translated as a record of wretchedness. So Karpanya comes from the word Kripana. Kripana means miser, wretched person. In other words, like small-minded. So in all of his inconceivable humility, Rupa Goswami considers himself as such. And Panjika means like a record, a diary, like a note. So this prayer, which consists of something like 40 something verses, is like the diary, the record of his own wretchedness. This is how he entitled it. But actually, this prayer is the mood of this prayer. Just so that we can tune into the mood of it before we start chanting, is a very sincere and heartfelt prayer to achieve Radha and Krishna's eternal service in Vrindavana. And despite that it is called Karpanya Panjika, record of wretchedness, Rupa Goswami actually a lot, he's not focusing so much on himself. He does, but at the same time, equally, he's focusing on describing the amazing qualities and nature of Srimati Radharani and Krishna. So, and the whole thing, the whole idea is that I'm so lowly, you know, Kripana. I'm so lowly and fallen. And at the same time, I aspire for something very, very elevated and high. And therefore, there is it's a dichotomy. It's just the contrast is too big. At the same time, there is that factor of power and mercy of the Lord and his consort that can bridge that gap. So that is always there, and this we know it as Asha Bandha, as the hope against hope, but there is that hope. So in this mood, Rupa Goswami is portraying himself. So low, you are so high. At the same time, your mercy is so powerful that it can make impossible possible. So this sweet mood is there, and I will share so that all devotees can chant along. I will share the screen where there will be a transliterated Sanskrit and translation so that everybody can stay focused. And so let us start. I will switch on the Tanpura sound. And here we go, Karpanya Panjika. Just a second, it's not that screen. Yeah, is everyone able to see the shloka, the verse on the screen? Is the sharing working properly? Can somebody let me know that the sharing is visible to all?
Yes, it
Yeah.
begins here with
Okay.
Tishtan.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so let us begin then. तिष्ठन् वृन्दाटवी कुञ्जे विज्ञप्तिं विदधत्यसौ वृन्दाटवीशयोः पादा पद्मेषु कृपणो जनः नवेन्दीवरसन्दोह सौन्दर्यास्कन्दनप्रभम् चारुगोरोचनागर्व गौरवग्रासिद् गौरभाम्. A destitute person who lives in a grove in Vrindavana forest presents the following appeal at the lotus feet of Vrindavana's king and queen. O king, whose luster eclipses the splendor of newly blossomed blue lotus flowers. O queen, whose fair complexion devours the intense pride of yellow Gorochana. शातकुम्भकदम्बश्री विडम्बिस्फुरदम्बरम् हरता किंशुकस्यांशून् अंशुकेन विराजिताम् सर्वकैशोरवद्वृन्द गोष्ठाशेषकिशोरीणाम् धमिल्लोतं samallикam. O king, whose splendid garments mock the beauty of golden kadamba flowers. O queen, whose beautiful attire eclipses the glory of red kingshuka flowers. O king, who is the crests of fire decorating the braids of all the girls in Vraja. श्रीशमुख्यात्मरूपणां रूपातिशयि विग्रहां Ramojvala Vrajavadhu Vrajavismapi Saushthavam Saurabhyahrita Gandharvam Gandhonmadita Madhavam Radharodhanavamshikam Mahati Mohitachyutam. O King, whose transcendental form is most handsome of all forms of Lord Narayana, the husband of Lakshmi. O Queen, whose beauty fills with wonder the girls of Vraja, who are more splendorous than the goddess of fortune. O King, whose fragrance captivates Sri Radha. O Queen, whose fragrance maddens Madhava. O King, whose flute makes Sri Radha motionless. O King, O Queen, whose exalted position charms infallible Krishna. Radha dhritidhanastena lochananchala chapalam driganchala kala bringi dashta Krishna hridam bhujam Radha gudha parihasa praudhi nirvachani kritam Vrajendra sutanarmokti romanchita tanulata. O King, whose restless sidelong glances are the thief that steals Radha's composure. O Queen, whose sidelong glance like a bumblebee stings the lotus of Krishna's heart. O King, who was made speechless by the multitude of Radha's smart jokes. O Queen, the hairs on whose vine-like form stood erect with joy as you heard the joking words of Vraja's prince. Divya Sadgunamanikya Shreni Rohana Parvatam Unmadiramani Vyuha Sprihaniya Gunotkaram Tvam cha Vrindavanadhisha Tvam cha Vrindavaneshwari Kakubirvandyamanoyam Mandam prarthayate janaha. O King, whose countless transcendental virtues are like an ever-growing mountain of rubies. O Queen, whose many divine qualities are aspired for by all beautiful women, such as Parvati. O King of Vrindavana, O Queen of Vrindavana, bowing down before you, this foolish person appeals to you quietly in a choked voice. Yogyatame nakachidvam kripalabhaya yadyapi mahakripalumaulitvat tathapi kurutam kripam ayogye saparadhepi drishyante kripayakula mahakripalavohanta loke lokeshavanditau. Although I am not at all worthy of your mercy, please be kind to me, for you are the crowns of all greatly compassionate personalities. O my lords, worshipped by the masters of all the worlds, those who are abundant with mercy, show it even for the unworthy and for the offenders. Bhaktervam karunahetor leshabhasopi nasti me mahalileshvarataya tadapyatra prasidatam jane dushtepya bhaktepi prasidanto vilokita mahalila maheshascha Anatho bahavo bhuvi. I do not possess even the dimmest shadow of pure devotion, which is the way to attract your compassion. Nevertheless, Because you are the masters of transcendental pastimes, please be merciful to me. O my king and queen, in this world there are many powerful masters of various pastimes who are kind even to the impious non-devotees. Adhamopyuttamam matva svamagnopi manishinam sishtam duštopyayam jantur mantung vyadhita yadyapi tathapyasmin kadachidvam adhishau nama jalpini avadya vrindanistari nama bhasau prasidatam. Although I am the lowest, I consider myself the highest. Although I am a fool, I deem myself a wise man. And although I am wretched, I still think of myself as exalted. Still, O king and queen, the shadow of whose holy names delivers one from heaps of sins, please be kind to this sinful living being who sometimes chants your names. Yadakshmyam nu yuvayo sakrit bhakti lavadapi tadagah kvapi nastyeva kritasham prarthaye tataha hantaklibopi jivoyam nitah kashtena dhrishtatam nuh prarthayate nathau prasadah kopyudanchatu. The most unpardonable sin is made non-existent if one has even an atom of devotion to you. This makes me hopeful, and for this reason I now appeal to you. Although this jiva is an incapable coward, intense pain has now made him bold. O masters, again and again he appeals to you for your mercy. Esha papi rudanuchair adaya radanaistrinam hanathau nathati prani sidatyatra prasidatam aharavamasav kurvan durbhago bhikshate janaha etam me shrinutam kakum shrinutam ishvarao. Loudly crying and taking a straw between his teeth, this creature begs, "O my lords, please be kind to this helpless soul." Calling out, "Alas, alas," this unfortunate person begs, "Please hear my pitiful appeal. O masters, please hear it." Yache putkritya ha ha ka kubhirakula prasidatang mayogyepi janesmin karunarnavau kroshatyartasvarairasye nyasyangushtamasau janaha kurutang nathau karuna kanikamapi. Filled with anguish and repeatedly calling out, "Alas, alas," I beg, "O oceans of mercy, be kind to this unworthy person." Placing his face in his hands, this person cries in anguish, "O king and queen, please show me a tiny drop of your mercy." Vache hadina yache sakrandam atimandadhi kiratam karunasvantau karunor michhatamapi. madhura santi yavanto bhava sarvatra chetasaha tebhyopi prema madhuram prasadi kurutang nijam. Crying, this great fool begs in a piteous voice, O merciful lords, please splash me with the waves of your compassion. To them whose hearts are filled with sweet, ecstatic devotion, you mercifully give sweet, pure love for you. Akrandamati Kiratan Karunasvamevadyavameva Ihe Janana Param Prasada Bhimukau Hanta Bhavanto Bhavatang Mayi Nathitam Paramevedam Nathitam Paramevedam Janavatsalau Sakadasyameva Prasadi Kurutang Jane Prasadi Kurutang Jane O my lords, at this moment I wish only for your service and nothing else. Please therefore be merciful to me. O king and queen who are kind to the destitute, be kind now to this person and grant him direct service he begs for. Anjaling murnivinyasya dino yang bhikshate janaha asya siddhirabhishtasya sakridapyupapadyatam amalovam parimala kada parimalan vane anarghena pramodena ghranam me gurnayishyati. With folded palms placed on his head, this lowly person begs, may my desire be fulfilled right now. When, coming through the forest, will your immaculate fragrance make me dizzy with immeasurable happiness? Ranjayishyati karnau me pansagunjita ganjanam manjulam kinnu yuvayor manjira kalasinjitam saubhagyankarathangadi lakshitani padani vam kada vrindavane pashyam unmadishyatayam janaha. When will the melodious tinkling of your anklets, which shames the swan's warbling, delight my ears? When, seeing in Vrindavana forest your footprints, bearing a chariot wheel and other auspicious signs, will this person become mad with joy? Sarva Saundarya Maryada Nirajya Pada Nirajao Kimapurvani Parvani Hamamakšnor Vidhasyatha Suchirasha Phalabhoga Padambhoja Vilokanau Yuvam Sakshat Janasyasya Bhavetamiha kim bhave. O king and queen, your lotus feet are the worshipable apex of all beauty. Will you place these unprecedented festivals of joy before my eyes? O lords, the sight of whose lotus feet is a result of prolonged yearning, will this person be able to directly see them in this birth? Kada vrindatavi kunja kandare sundaro dayau kelantau vam vilokishye suratau nati durataha gurvayattataya kvapi durlabhanyonya vikshanau मिथः सन्देशसीधुभ्यां nandayishyami vam kada. O my beautiful masters, when will I see you enjoying amorous pastimes in the nearby groves and caves of Vrindavana? O king and queen, out of fear of your superiors, you rarely see each other. When will I delight you with the nectar of each other's love messages? Gaveshayantavanyonyam kada vrindavanantare sangamaya yuvang lapsye harinam paritoshikam panikritamito hara lunchana vyagrahastayo kalindyute vilokishye kadavam jitakashino. When, as you search for each other in Vrindavana forest, will I bring you together and receive from you some sweet gift as a reward? When will I, holding a fresh garland intended to be the winner's prize, see your dispute as each of you claims victory in the gambling match? Kunje kusuma shayyayam kadava marpitangayo pada sangvahanang hanta janoyam rachayishyati kandarpakalahodghatta trutitanam latagrihe kada gumpaya haranam bhavanto mam niyokshyataha. When will this person massage your feet as you rest on the bed of flowers? When will you order me to restring the necklaces broken during your amorous battle in the cottage of vines? Kelikallola visrastan hanta vrindavaneshvarao karhi barhi patatrairvam mandayishyami kuntalan kandarpakeli panditya khandita kalpayoraham kadava malikadvandvam karishye tilakojvalam. O king and queen of Vrindavana, when will I decorate with peacock feathers your locks, disheveled due to the waves of your pastimes? When will I apply splendid tilaka markings to your foreheads, when the precious decorations were broken by your amorous expertise? Devarambhe vanasradbhir drishaute devi kajjalai ayang janah kada kunja mandape mandayishyati jambu nada bhatambuli parnanyavadalayapam vadanambujayoresha nidhasyati janah kada. O Lord, when will I decorate your chest with forest flower garlands? O Goddess, when will I decorate your eyes with black kajala? When will this person decorate both of you in the grove pavilion at the beginning of your meeting? When will this person break golden betel leaves and place them in your lotus mouth? Kvasau dushkrita karmaham kvavam adhyarthane drishi kim va kam va na yuvayor unmadayati madhuri yaya vrindavane jantur anarhopyesha vasyate tayaiva kripaya nathau siddhim kurutamipsitam. What am I? Just a sinful man. So how can I make such a request? On the other hand, who will not become maddened? Who will not become maddened by your transcendental sweetness? O my masters, by that same mercy that has allowed this unworthy person to reside in Vrindavana, please fulfill his desire. Karpanya panjikametam sada vrindatavī natau giraiva jalpatopyasya janto siddhyatu vanchitam. O divine dancers of Vrindavana forest, may the desires of one who repeatedly recites this Karpanya Panjika be fulfilled. So this was the Karpanya Panjika, and I hope that devotees have relished the contents of this wonderful prayer. It's definitely, just by reading this prayer, you can feel certain things happening in your heart. There is some emotion, something is starting to move finally, and this is the mercy of Rupa Goswami, that he has left so many such wonderful prayers that can inspire our devotion, inspire our hearts to move in the right direction, and yeah, in this way fuel our chanting and fuel our services with this sweet aspiration and humility. So yeah, thank you so much for engaging me in this chanting on this auspicious day.
Hare Krishna, Nityananda Prabhu.
Hare
How
Krishna.
did we like the Karpanya Panjika? Looks like they liked it, Prabhu.
You can listen to it. It is there. I have recorded this track on YouTube. Just type Karpanya Panjika and you will see the same color video. So that's the one.
Yes, talking of if you wish to hear more works and songs by Nityananda Prabhu, you can go on YouTube. He has many, many recordings available. He's recording various ashtakas and prayers and in different ways, actually, as a simple recitation, and sometimes also he has many musical compositions as well. So, well, we are fortunate that you have accepted the invitation, and we wish to have you again and again.
Thank
And
you.
of course, in 2000, that I have to plan in advance because I know you're busy. In 2027, we are going to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the VIHE.
Oh.
So at that time, maybe you can make a note in your Panjika.
Oh. Yes.
Be with us and recite and sing beautiful works directly on site. We would feel very blessed if you could fulfill our desire now.
Krishna wills. Yeah. It would happen.
Krishna will what?
Krishna wills.
Yes. So thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu, for being with us. We'll hear one more time the appreciation of our audience here. Nityananda Prabhu ki jai, Srila Rupa Goswami Pad ki jai,
Jai.
Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Hare Krishna, Nityananda Prabhu. Okay, now we hear one more time Radha Varadeshwari. This is her last piece that she's presenting, Vrajanava Yuva Raja Ashtakam.
मुदिरमदम् उदारम् मर्दयन्नङ्गकान्त्या वसनरुचिनिरस्ता भोजकिञ्जल्कशोभः तरुणिमतरिनिष्का विक्लवद्बाल्यचन्द्रो व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा पितुरनिशम् अगन्या प्राणनिर्मान्तनीया कलिततनुरिवाधा मातृवात्सल्यबुद्ध्या अनुगुणगुरुगोष्ठी दृष्टिपीयूषवर्ते व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा अखिल जगति जाग्रन् मुक्तवैदग्ध्यचर्या प्रथमगुरुरुदग्रा सामविश्रामसौदः अनुपमगुणराजी रञ्जिता शेषबन्धो व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा अपि मदनपरार्धे दुष्करं विक्रियोर्मिं युवतिषु निददानो ब्रूधनुर्धूननेन प्रियसहचरवर्ग प्राणमीनाम्बुराशे व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा नयनश्रीनिविनोदा शोभितानङ्गनागो मतितगहनराधा चित्तकाशारगर्भः प्रणयरसमरन्दा स्वादलीला षडङ्ग्रे व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा अनुपदम् उदयन्त्या राधिका सङ्गसिद्ध्या सगितपृथुरताङ्गा द्वन्द्वरागानुबन्धः मधुरिममधुधारा धोरणीनामुदन्वान् व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा अलकुकुटिलराधा दृष्टिवारी निरुद्धा त्रिजगता परन्त्रो धाम चेतो गजेन्द्रः सुखमुकुरविशाखा नर्मणा स्मेरवक्त्रो व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा त्वयि रहसि मिलन्त्याम् सम्भ्रमान्यासभुग्नपि उषसि सखितवाली मेखला पश्य भाति इति विवृतरहस्ये कृपयन् एव राधां व्रजनवयुवराजा काङ्क्षितं मे कृशिष्टा व्रजनवयुवराजस्य अष्टकं तुष्टबुद्धिः कलितवरविलासं यप्रयत्नात् अधीते परिजनगणनाया नाम तस्यानुराज्यन् विलसति किल वृन्दारण्यराज्ञीरसज्ञः
Very beautiful recitation. So this is again an appeal to Vraja Nava Yuva Rajaha, the king and the prince of Vraj, an appeal to the prince of Vraj. And what do we want from him? Kankshita me krishishta, which means please fulfill my desire. Now you must think what desire. What we are talking about here is the spiritual desires of the devotees to serve the Lord, to serve the Lord in their eternal identity. So here it says, may the young prince of Raj, whose bodily luster defeats the pride of a monsoon cloud, the luster of whose garment defeats that of the filaments of a lotus flower, and the moon of whose childhood becomes afflicted when he sees the sun of his adolescence rising. May he fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, who constantly stirs innumerable life heirs of his father, who is the embodiment of his mother's great maternal love, and who is the nectar wick for the eyes of his favorable superiors, fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, who is the foremost and most splendid guru of all charming arts in the whole universe, who is the most elevated resting place of valorous transcendental bliss, and who delights his innumerable friends with all his matchless attributes, fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, who by twanging the bow of his eyebrows causes waves of agitation in the minds of the young girls that are hard to generate, even by trillions of cupids, and who is the ocean in which the fish-like hearts of his dear friends play, fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, whose gold-like eyes blissfully strike and agitate the elephant of erotic desires, thus causing it to wreak havoc in the depth of the lake of Sri Radha's heart, and who is the bumblebee who relishes the honey of Rasika loving pastimes, fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, whose constant love for Sri Radha defeats even the constant passionate love of the pairs of Chakravaka flamingos, since they are separated at night, while Krishna can meet Radha day and night, and who is the ocean wherein all the honey rivers of sweetness stream, may he fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, whose indomitable lordly elephant heart, which cannot be checked by anything within the three worlds, is bound by the strong and crooked ropes of Sri Radha's glance, and whose face smiles as he hears the blissful jokes of talkative Vishaka, fulfill my desire. May the young prince of Raj, who by embarrassing, something wrong here. May the young prince of Raj, who embarrasses Radha by revealing his intimate pastimes with her, telling one girlfriend, "Oh Saki, just see how your Saki's waist bells shine," even though she quickly and hypocritically put them on again after suddenly meeting you in solitude at Dham. May he fulfill my desire. Sri Krishna, who knows the flavors of Sri Vrindavaneshwari Radhika's prema, will be pleased with anyone who carefully and with a satisfied heart recites these 8 verses that describe the excellent enjoyments of the young Prince of Raj, and will count him by name amongst his own intimate associates. So this is what we would like. We would like to be one of Krishna's associates. We are in one sense, but we have forgotten, and covered by these modes of material nature, we are loitering in this world. So the Acharyas, Srila Rupa Goswami, they have given us these wonderful prayers to cultivate the true desire of the heart. And by cultivating this desire to serve Krishna transcendentally, all the other desires to enjoy in this material world will die. Hari Hari. Do you want to hear more or not?
Yes.
We are going to take now a very beautiful ashtaka. We should enter into Vrindavan in order to relish all these beautiful prayers. So to enter Vrindavan, we need the blessings of Brajamandala. We need the blessings of Giriraj. And we need the blessings of Yamuna. So we are going to sing, and this will be very nice here because you can sing along. Whereas some of the verses we heard before were a little crooked, irregular. This is a very regular composition, and we will be singing it, and you will be able to follow it. Except that the diacritics are not correct, Prabhuji, on this. Can you try to change the font? Which font is this? Can you check? This is not the diacritics are not coming here. So what I will do is I will sing one verse so that you hear the tune, and then we won't be able to read it like this though, Hari Prabhu. What is this? Uh-oh. Okay, so while he's fixing this, we will do something else. Yesterday, I promised you that we are going to hear the verses of Rupa Goswami when he was in, where? Jagannath Puri. Yes, when he was in Jagannath Puri. So we will do this first, Hari Prabhu. In the meantime, try to find the proper diacritics for that work. So first of all, we will hear the prayer glorifying Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that Rupa Goswami offered, which owned him some anger of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Why anger? Because usually Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked him, can you please tell us a verse describing your Ishtadev, your worshipable Lord. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rupa Goswami gave this verse. And who is the Ishtadev of Rupa Goswami? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, and you know, he is Channa avatar, the hidden avatar. So he did not, at least outwardly, appreciate to be revealed. So this is a very, very beautiful verse, which appears, I think, a few times in Chaitanya Charitamrita, beginning with the very, very first chapters. This is the first chapter itself. It comes in the Mangalacharan. It is Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila, chapter 1, verse 4. Most of you will know this verse. It is very famous. Anarpita charim chirat karunaya vatirna kala samarpayitu munnato jvalarasam svabhakti shiyam Hari purata sundara tyutikadamba sandipita Sada hridaya kandare spuratuva sachinandana Sachinandana. May the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Shachi Devi, be transcendently situated in the innermost chambers of your heart. Resplendent with the radiance of molten gold, he has appeared in the age of Kali by his causeless mercy to bestow what no incarnation had ever offered before, the most sublime and radiant mellow of devotional service, the mellow of conjugal love. So this is a beautiful prayer, and it is a blessing also. What does it say? May Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appear within your heart. So, why is that? Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has made a comment on this, that without the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one cannot describe the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or one cannot speak about him. So even if we just are, just meaning we are doing some preaching, some simple introduction of Krishna consciousness to people, we should know that nothing can be done in Krishna consciousness without the empowerment of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So here, therefore, he says, Srila Rupa Goswami said, may Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is exactly like a lion that kills all the elephants of material desire, be awakened within everyone's heart. For by his merciful blessings, one can understand the transcendental pastime of Krishna. I would invite everyone to actually learn this. It's a very beautiful verse. Then, now we are going to hear what Mahaprabhu was singing at the Ratha Yatra. This was from a Kavya Prakash. This is mundane song, a love song between a lover and the beloved. A young lady here is remembering the times when she was associating in her youth with her lover. And she met him again later on. But you know, he had grown old and he had all these wrinkles and he had all this beard and he had a big belly. I'm extrapolating. So she meets him later on in her life in a completely different situation. And so she laments, oh, it's nice to see you today, but it was much better before. You know how in the material world, the feelings transform sometimes. So let us see. Mahaprabhu is singing right in front of Lord Jagannath. And he is in ecstasy while singing this. Yah Komara Hara Sa Eva Hivarasta Eva Chaitra Kshapas Te Konmilita Malati Surabhaya Praudha Kadambanila Sachaiva Smitathapi Tatra Surata Vyapara Lila Vidha Revarodhasi vetasi tarutale cheta samutkanthate. Ya Kaumara Hara. That same person, Kaumara Hara, the thief of my heart during my youth, That very personality who stole my heart during my youth is now again before me. He is now again my master. Meaning there is a meeting taking place. And these are the same moonlit nights of the month of Chaitra. There is the same fragrance of malati flowers, and the same sweet breezes are flowing from the Kadamba forest. In our intimate relationship, I am also the same lover. Yet, still my mind is not happy here. I am eager to go back to that place on the bank of the river, under the Vetasi tree. That is my desire. So Srila Rupa Goswami heard these words and he understood the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in the mood of Radha. And he saw Lord Jagannath as Krishna. Which Krishna? Dwarka Krishna, who came to Kurukshetra, and they met together. But it is described in Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna was surrounded by horses and soldiers and elephants, and he was wearing shoes. He was dressed like a prince. He looked the same because Krishna is Navayovana. He didn't have the belly and the wrinkles. He looked the same. He was still very beautiful. But he was a prince, not the prince of Braj, the prince of Dwarka. And he was followed by a retinue of servants. So here is, now this is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expressing himself with the heart of Srimati Radharani. Priya soyam Krishna sahachari kurukshetra militas tathaham saradha tamidam ubaya sangama sukham tathapyanta khelam madhura murali pancha majushe manome kalindi pulina vipina sprihayati. Radha is talking to a Sakhi. My dear friend, now I have met my very old and dear friend Krishna on this field of Kurukshetra. I am the same Radharani. And now we are meeting together. It is so pleasant. But I would still like to go back to the bank of the Yamuna. Beneath the trees of the forest there. I wish to hear the vibration of his flute playing the fifth note within that forest of Vrindavan. Priya soyam Krishna sahachari kurukshetra militas tathaham saradha tamidam ubayo sangama sukham tathapyanta khelan madhura murali pancha majushe manome kalindi pulina vipinaya sprihayati. These are the feelings and mood of Srimati Radharani. Rupa Goswami wrote these words on the palm leaf after returning from the Ratha Yatra. And he tucked the leaf into the roof of the hut where he was staying with Haridas Thakur. and he went to take bath. It was 12 o'clock. He went for bath. Sandhya Snan. He went for bath. And while he was away, who came by? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He came calling, Rupa, Haridas. He came in. No Rupa, no Haridas, nobody was there. He just looked inside the hut, no one is there. And as he was looking around, very tall, his eyes met this palm leaf coming out, and he was always very curious to hear the compositions of Rupa. So he pulled it and he looked at it and he was like, what is this? This is talking about me. My feelings? Who knows my feelings? Then he sat there and he waited until Rupa returned. And Rupa came back, offered his obeisances, and Mahaprabhu, what he did? Slap. What have you done? How could you know? How could you know my heart? One more verse, which this one was spoken by Haridas. Was spoken by Haridas Thakur. No, sorry, it was not spoken by Haridas Thakur. It was spoken by Rupa, and it put Haridas Thakur in ecstasy. He began to cry, he began to roll on the ground, tremble. He began to display symptoms of ecstasy. Haridas is Namacharya. He used to chant all day. He would chant constantly. So, and this, what Rupa Goswami is chanting here, is the glory of the holy name. So when Haridas Thakur heard it, a complete transformation took place in him and he became mad. Tunde tandavinhiratim vitanute tundavali labdhaye karna krodha kadambini ghatayate karna buddhebhya spriham cheta prangana sangini vijayate sarvendriyanam kritem no jane janita kiyadbhiramrita krishna iti varnadvayi. I do not know how much nectar these two-syllable Krishna have produced. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted, it appears to dance within the mouth. We then desire many, many mouths. When that name enters the whole of the ears, we desire many millions of ears. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of the heart, it conquers the activities of the mind, and therefore all the senses become inert. Hari Hari. Does this happen to us? Yes, somebody says. This is the Shuddhanama, the chanting of the Shuddhanam. Where is the Yamunashtakam? Are we ready? Yes? Okay. So let us sing together. I will sing the first verse one time, so you hear the melody, and then I will again repeat the first verse and we sing together. Huh? This is very, very beautiful glorification of Yamuna Devi, who very happily traverses the land of Raja. Sri Yamuna Ashtaka, 8 prayers glorifying Sri Yamuna. Bhaturantaka pattane vipattiharini prekshayati papinopi papa sindhutarini niramadhuri virapya shesha chitta bandhini Mam punatu sarvadara bhinda bandhu nandini Bhraturanta pattane bhipatti harini Prekshayati papinopi papa sindhutarini Niramadhuri bhirasya chitta bandhini Mam punatu sarvadara bhinda bandhu nandini Hari Vari Dharaya Bhimanditor Khandava Pundarika Mandaloja Danda Jali Khandava Snana Kama Pamarogra Papa Sampadandhini Mam Punatu Sarvadhara Bhinda Bandhu Nandini Shikara Bhimrishta Jantu Durvipaka Margini Nandanandanantaranga Bhakti Puravardhini Tira Sangama Bilasi Mangalanumandini Mampunatu Sarvadhara Vinda Bandhu Nandini Deepa Chakravala Jushta Sapta Sindhu Bherini Shri Mukunda Nirmitoru Divya Keli Vedini Kanti Kandali Dhirendra Nila Vrindanandini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandini Maturena Mandalena Charuna Bhimandita Prema Nada Veshwalatva Bhadanaya Pandita Urmidar Vilasa Padmanabha Padavandini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Bindabandhu Nandini Dhamyatira Rambamana Gokadamba Bhushita Divya Gandha Bhakadamba Pushparaji Rushita Nanda Sonu Bhakta Sangha Sangamabhinandini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandini Pullapak Shamalikaksha Hansa Laksha Kujita Bhakti Vidya Deva Siddha Kinarali Pujita Tira Gandha Vaha Gandha Janma Bandharandhini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vinda Bandhu Nandini Chidvilasa Vari Pura Bhurbhuva Swarapini Kirtitapi Dhurma Doru Papa Marmatapini Ballavenda Nandananga Haga Bhanga Gandhini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vinda Bandhu Nandini Tushta Buddhira Ashtakena Nirmaloni Cheshtitam Tvamanena Bhanuputri Sarvadeva Veshtitam Yasapiti Ghata Yasva Sarva Papa Mochane Bhakti Puramasya Devi Pundarika Lokshane Bhakti Puramasya Devi Pundarika Lochane. May Sri Yamuna, who is the daughter of Surya Dev, who saves one from having to enter the city of her brother Yamaraj, the sight of whom enables the most sinful persons to cross the ocean of sin, and the sweetness of whose water charms the heart of everyone always purify me. May Sri Yamuna, who is the daughter of Surya Dev, who decorates the great Khandava forest with a stream of pleasant waters, who is filled with lotus flowers and dancing birds, and who blinds the terrible sins of they who desire to bathe in her, always purify me. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Surya Dev, a drop of whose water destroys the sinful reaction of the people, who creates a great flood of confidential, pure devotional service to Lord Nanda Nandana, and who brings auspiciousness to they who desire to live on her shore, purify me. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who devised the 7 oceans and 7 continents, who witnessed many of Lord Mukunda's transcendental pastimes, and whose splendor rebukes a host of sapphires, always purify me. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is decorated by the beautiful district of Mathura, who expertly protects they who follow the path of devotional service, and who, with the playful motions of the waves that are arms, offers respectful obeisances to Lord Padmabhava's lotus feet, always purify me. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, whose charming shores are decorated with many lowing cows, who is filled with many splendid and fragrant kadamba flowers, and who is delighted to have the company of Lord Krishna's devotees, always purify me. May Sri Yamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is filled with the warblings of thousands of joyful Mallikaksha swans, who is worshipped by the Vaishnavas, the Devas, the Siddhas, and Kinnaras, and the slightest scent of the fragrant bees moving on whose shores stops the cycle of repeated birth and death, always purify me. May Sri Yamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is the famous, splendid spiritual river flowing through the Bhuva, Swaha planets, who burns away the greatest sins, and who is fragrant with scented ointments from Lord Krishna's transcendental body, always purify me. O lotus-eyed one, O daughter of Suryadev, O rescuer from all sins, please flood with pure devotional service that person who, reciting these 8 verses with a cheerful heart, glorifies you, whose waves are pure and splendid, and who is accompanied by all the demigods. Sri Jamuna Mai Ki Jai. So, dear devotees, time-wise, we have come to the end of our session. Is anyone crying? Should we stop here? Hungry? Hungry for what? It is time. The longing of the pure devotees is to roam in this forest of Raj in search of Krishna. Of course, Srila Prabhupada told us, don't look for Krishna behind the bush. This is where Krishna here, where Krishna is. When we hear, we see Krishna through the ear. We become eager to meet him through the ear. So this is the transcendental lamentation of Srila Rupa Goswami here is aspiring. Like I think it was yesterday, we heard of Sri Rupa Manjari Pada. We said this is a song which is in the category of Siddhi Lalasa, desiring transcendental perfection. So this prayer here, we are going to hear is just one verse. It is aspiring for the stage of bhava. It is aspiring for perfection. When the heart cannot think of anything else but Krishna. And it is expressing feelings of separation. Kada vrindaranye mihira duhito sangamahite muhur brahmam charitalahari gokulapate lapan uchai nayana payasam venibhiraham karishye sotkanto nividhamupasekam vitapina. When, oh when, in the Vrindavan forest, which is glorified by the Yamuna's touch, will I continually wander, filled with the longings of love, loudly chanting the transcendental pastimes of Gokul's king, Krishna, and thickly sprinkling the trees with streams of tears from eyes. Hari Hari. But we are not exactly like this. Srila Rupa Goswami says, although nectar flows through the Puranas in the form of Krishna Katha, my mind is attracted by something else. The truth is, I am just like a foolish calf, you know? That's a little goat. But foolish calf. The cowherd man has come and he's taking all the cows to drink in the river. The cows have been roaming in the pastures. The sun has come up. They are thirsty. The cowherd man knows what they need. He takes them to the river to drink. But there is that little foolish calf. Instead of following the flock and listening to the cowherd man, what he does? But he takes off for the jungle. Let me find water. I can. Let me find water. What happens to him? As he walks and walks and walks, he gets lost, loses the herd. And as he walks through the forest, he happened to see some water in a pit. There is an old well. And he looks inside and he sees the water and his reflection also. So he becomes attracted. He wants the water. So first of all, you know how they bend their legs the other way? He bends his knees and he is on the side of the well and he tries to get the water, but he can't get the water. It's far inside. So finally he falls into the well. And there he enjoys a drop of water, but after that he can't come out. So this is our pitiful situation. Apis paramode pratipada sudha koti madhure Purana gramantar vahati tavanila rasa jhare Manovatsa patam vishaya vishagarte vishati me Kripayascha turlam damayatamamum tarnakapate. This is a prayer to the Lord of the cows. Tarnakapate. Although the very sweet nectar stream of your transcendental pastime swiftly flows through the Puranas, the calf of my mind has now entered the ditch to drink the poison of material sense happiness. O Lord of the calves, please quickly curb him with the stick of your mercy. Hari Hari. This is beautiful expression. Okay, we want. Why this is happening? Why we are not attracted? Because in our heart there is no prema. Not only there is no prema, even sadhana bhakti is not there. Proper. We are not yogis. We are not jnanis. We are not even good karmis. The proof is we have taken birth in the age of Kali. We are all papi. Nimna jati. We have taken lower birth in this age of Kali. And so, because of all this disqualification, there is no hope to ever attain the lotus feet of Krishna. But still, there is a hope. What is the hope? Krishna's compassion. When I look at myself and all my disqualification, I cry pitifully. Self-pity. I feel hopeless. But then when I hear of Krishna's great merciful nature, the hope in my heart revives. And I feel great joy. And I cry tears of happiness. But suddenly I remember my disqualification. And again, I am drowned in an ocean of misery. Then again, I hear from the merciful devotees of the glories of the Lord. And I become all excited. This is the life of the Bhava Bhakta. This verse appears, guess where? In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. This describes one of the 9 characteristics of Bhava Bhakta. It is known as Asha Bandha. Asha Bandha. Prabhupada translates it as hope against hope. Na prema shravanadi bhaktirapiva yogottava vaishnavo jnanam va shubhakarma kiyadaho sajjatirapyastiva He narthadhika sadhake tvaitatha yacheja mula sati. He gopi janavallabha vyatayate ha ha madashevama. Oh my Lord, I do not have any love for you, nor am I qualified for discharging devotional service by chanting and hearing, nor do I possess the mystic power of a Vaishnava, knowledge, or pious activities, nor do I belong to a very high caste family. On the whole, I do not possess anything. Still, O beloved of the gopis, because you bestow your mercy on the most fallen, I have an unbreakable hope that is constantly in my heart. That hope is always giving me pain. Na prema shravanadi bhakti rapiva yogottama vaishnavo jnanam va shubhakarma vakiyadaho sajjati rapyastiva hinarthadika sadhake tvaitatha yachedya mula sati. He gopi jana vallabha vyatayate ha ha madashevama. Jai Srila Rupa Goswami ki. We stop here, or you give me 2 minutes more? Then we shall go somewhere. Where should we go? We go to the Talavan forest. With whom? Only Krishna? Krishna, Balaram, all the sakhas. Part of the compilation of Rupa Goswami is he has summarized the pastimes of Vrindavan, Krishna in Vrindavan. He has summarized these pastimes, has given their essence. Sapatu mam yastrina raja raji paler virajam vraja raja puttaha sukhani chandra sakhinam chakrivatam chakra udasya chakre. May the shiny son of Nanda, who holds a chakra in his hand, who made his friends happy with the fruit from the tala tree, who killed a group of donkey demons, protect me. Jayadhenu lakshashata gupti daksha vanamandalanta manusitya kantam vanamandalanta manusitya kantam upalabdha harcha krita keli varsha baladeva gita gana sakshita vanaraji rupa pachupala bhupa krita pakshivara charitanukala drita mitra rangala savarga anga. Oh Krishna, expert at protecting millions of cows, please manifest your excellence. Who is speaking here? The sakhas. It is the sakhas. Oh Krishna, joyful at the edge of the beautiful forest. Oh Krishna, performer of a shower of pastimes. Oh Krishna, who praised the cool, dense forest to please Balaram. Oh King of the cowherds. Oh Krishna, blissful with friends by imitating the action of birds. Oh Krishna, whose limbs became attractive with the bliss of rasa. So This is summarizing Krishna's entrance with his devotees, the Sakhas, in the forest of Vrindavan at the age of 6. Tathastapo Gandavaya Shrita Vraje Babhuvatusta Pashupala Sammata Gascharayanta Sakibhi Padam Pader Vrindavanam Punyamativa Chakrato. In the 15th chapter of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna fights for the permission to herd the cows. And he goes out to the forest. And he begins his pastimes in the forest. Very happy to enter the forest. So many of his devotees are waiting. Which devotees are waiting in the forest? Which devotees are waiting in the forest? The trees, the deer, the birds, all the wild animals who cannot come to the village. Every day they would come to the edge of the forest and they would see, try to catch a glimpse of Kumara, Krishna. But they could not come close. And when Krishna became 6 years old, he came. He entered the forest and they received him. How did they receive him? They shed their flowers on the way. The birds chanted. The trees bowed down and manifested new leaves, flowers, fruit. All the animals came close. The peacocks danced and shed their plumes as offerings. The cuckoos sang. So this was very blissful time. And seeing all this, Krishna spoke to Balaram. What did he say? Ahami deva varamararchitam padam bhujante sumana phalarhanam namantyupadaya shikhabiratmanas tamopahatyai tarujanayat kritam. He said, oh Balaram, look how these trees are bowing down before you. They have recognized you, the Lord of all the demigods. They are offering their fruits and flowers at your feet. Our acharyas explain this is parokshavad. Instead of Krishna saying, oh, thank you, trees. Thank you, cuckoos. Thank you, deer. He says, Balaram, see how they are offering their pranaman to you. So further, the devotees, they began, here also it explained in this summary that they started imitating all the birds and the animals and they started playing. Then Rupa Goswami continues, Purumalla yodha patuba hurutta bala durduruda nija mitra kuta yamuna pakula tarurachimuna padabhadra sena krita dukta pena patala kalpa vabha pushpatalpa varamadya sukta suridali gupta. O Krishna, who defeated your friends of unrestricted strength by your 2 arms, expert at intense wrestling. So this is what they were doing in the forest, imitating the animals and then sometimes wrestling. And do you think it was easy for Krishna to win over the coward boys when they were fighting? No, not at all. Why? They are empowered. By whom? By him. They are empowered by him. So they have so much strength that they can wrestle with him. And sometimes they win. Sometimes Krishna and Balaram would wrestle with the coward boys. Sometimes the coward boys would wrestle and Krishna and Balaram would stand just like in the Krishna Balaram Mandir. With Balaram with his hand on the shoulder of Krishna. And they would watch and laugh and encourage the boys to fight. Oh Krishna, who took rest on a fresh flower bed, white as foam, made by Bhadrasena, under the trees on the bank of the Yamuna. Oh Krishna, protected there by your friends. So this is, sometimes they would get tired, no? They would do Julan, imitation of the frog. They would climb on the trees, jump in the water. Of course, they didn't want Yashoda to come along. She would have said, no, no. So after doing all this and fighting, then they rest. And the coward boys, they prepare a very soft bed made of petal flowers, newly grown leaves, mosses, at the foot of a tree. Sometimes the roots of the trees, they come out. That's the pillow. Or Krishna would use the thigh of a coward boy and even of Balaram as a pillow. And the boys would fan with what? Panka? No, 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 no. A big leaf found in the pond, while others would sing. And in the Bhagavatam it said, we cannot imagine what pious activities these boys had performed. Vrishabhanuvata mriduraghanata kalagita rishta subalabhiblishta krita padmaninda charanarabinda vitapatana parivichamana. Oh Krishna, joyful on hearing the delicate songs that the boys are singing with the gentle raga concerning your pastimes, especially those sung by Vrishabha, one of Krishna's sakas. Oh Krishna, whose lotus feet, which deride the lotus, were massaged by Subal. Oh Krishna, fanned by small branches of flowering Ashoka trees. Paripakvatala phalalubdha bala kalavakya rudha hasito pagodha mukhatara kesha dhrita vira vesha ghanatunga tala vipinantaralam upalabdha rama satitatma dhama dhuta gornadagrata nagat samagra palavrinda pata krita harsha jata palavrinda pata krita harsha jata. O Krishna, whose face was embraced by a smile because of the soft words of the boys, greedy for the ripe tal fruit. O Krishna, who assumed the stance of a warrior. O Krishna, who approached the center of the forest, dense with huge tal trees. O Krishna, happy when the fruits of the tal trees all fell after you shook them with strength along with Balaram. They were roaming in the forest, herding the cows. Then one day, when it was the tal fruit season, from 8 kilometers away, the smell of the fragrance of the tal fruit entered the nostrils of the Gopals. And they went to Krishna and they said, Rama Rama Mahabaho Krishna Dushta Nibarhana Ito Vidure Sumahad Panam Talali Sankulam Panam Talali Sankulam. They said, "Oh, Rama, Rama, Mahabaho, mighty armed one. Oh, Krishna, Dusht Nibarhana, destroyer of the miscreants." Already they are preparing them, you see. What will be the pastime? It will involve Mahabahu and the destruction of some demon. They are preparing the field. Then they say, not far from here is a very great forest filled with rows of palm trees. Phalani tatra bhurini patanti patitani cha santi kintva varuthani dhenukena duratmana. They say, in that Talavan forest, many fruits are falling from the trees, and many are already lying on the ground. But there is a problem. What is the problem? The fruits are being guarded by the evil Dhenuka. Krishna and Balaram become interested. Oh, an evil? Then the boys say, wait, where is that? Oh, it is not marked here. Then they say, then this there is a verse, it's not written here. There is a verse which says that the fruits are guarded by this demon, huge demon. And he's together with his family of huge demons, very dangerous demons. And he's in the form of an ass. You can laugh because Krishna and Balaram started laughing. Such a powerful demon, and he's in the form of an ass. So they went, and who went first into the forest? Balaram. He entered first, and in fact, he is the one who will kill Dhenuka. And he entered and he shook the trees. And we hear Phalanam patatam shabdam. You know the word patata? Patatam, patatam, patatam. This is the sound of something which is falling on the ground. Phalanam patatam shabdam. Hearing the sound of the fruit falling on the ground. This Rishabha, this donkey, he was awakened. He was having a nap. So he came, and then there was a fight. So this is what is being described here. Only one or two verses left. Then there's a long verse here. Pina pina barudgatera nudinam yakshira purer balan amboja chavidam bayanti nividam kshiram budher vaibhavam tasam rajata ganda shaila patali pandutisham mandalam Dhenunam paripalayantam kunje bhavantam bhaje. Oh, lotus-eyed Krishna, I worship you who play in the forest bowers, who herd the groups of cows, which derive the wealth of milk ocean by the mass of milk coming from their full udders, and which are as white as a host of silver Gandashala mountain. This is actually the last verse. All right, devotees, we stop here. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for honoring our the poetries of Srila Rupa Goswami. Let us sing this verse that Srila Prabhupada has kindly given us. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaiham Dadati Swapadantikam. Oh, when, oh, well will Srila Rupa Goswami, who knows within his heart and has revealed the mood of Lord Chaitanya and the identity of Lord Chaitanya, and who knows his mission, or when or well will he bestow his mercy upon me. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thus end our session for this third day of the Rupotsava. We have one more day. Anyone ready for one more day? Yes? No? Only few. Tomorrow is the last day of our Rupotsava, and we will be going to Ter Kadamba, the place of bhajan, principal place of bhajan of Srila Rupa Goswami. The bus departure will be what time? 8 baje. Is it 9? Okay, 9. 9 o'clock. Now that's for those who are on time, okay? For those who are late, you can hitchhike. So 9 o'clock, we are leaving for Ter Kadamba. It will take approximately 1 hour, 15 minutes to get there. And once arriving there, we will have a whole day program. How much program? Whole day. Every day we increase a little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit. We are practicing. So when we reach there, first of all, we will offer Guru Puja to Srila Rupa Goswami in his bhajan sthali. Then there will be lectures. A lecture by Sarvabhauma Prabhu and a lecture by Bhakti Damodar Maharaj. Then there will be a Bhoga offering. And I would encourage all of you, you have time today, tomorrow morning, before departure, please prepare something or bring something for Srila Rupa Goswami. Tomorrow is his actual disappearance day on Dwadasi. So you can bring offerings, even if it's fruit, nuts, but please do not purchase any cooked items. You can prepare yourself. And after the Bhoga offering, we will offer Arti, Maha Arti to Srila Rupa Goswami. And then there will be Mahaprasad. Better keep a little fast today. There will be Mahaprasadam, overflowing Mahaprasadam. And unlike usual programs, we will not end the program after Prasadam. We will start the main part of the program after Prasadam. At 3 p.m., we will sit down for a Khanda Kirtan. 6 hours of Kirtan, Hare Krishna Mahamantra Kirtan, Hare Ribo, which will culminate in the end with the singing of Sri Rupa Manjari Pada. In between this kirtan, during this kirtan, we will offer Pushpa Abhishek to Shri Krishna Balaram and Shri Radha Govinda. And we will also offer 351 Rupotsava. So please be ready to come for that day. It is tomorrow. Tomorrow means, first time I came to India, I tried to learn Hindi. So I told them, how do you say yesterday? And they said, Kal. Then I asked, how do you say today? Then they said, Aaj. Then I said, I was writing, how do you say tomorrow? And they said, Kal. I said, wait a minute. You said Kal was yesterday. I said, no, Kal is also tomorrow. Kal is yesterday and it is also tomorrow. So it's like you ask somebody, did you do it yesterday? And they say, yes, I will do it tomorrow. So tomorrow, therefore, definition is you sleep one night and it is tomorrow. Otherwise, kal means not now. It doesn't indicate any precise time. May I ask Savabhuma Prabhu whether you want to say something, add something? Please give him the microphone.
Srila Goswami Pada ki,
Yeah.
Srila Prabhupada ki. This taste for relishing the beautiful natural language of the divine personalities is a very divine, but we are not at that platform. Neither this language is very common for us. So this type of programs we if do regular basis, then the mood of Mahaprabhu, the Bharata Bhumi Tihaila Manasya Janam Jat. We are born in this sacred land of Bharat, and this is the Janam Sarthakar, means you just relish and then imbibe them and then spread them. This is the principle. This is Janam Sarthakar actually. This is Janam Sarthakar, because until unless it enters into our heart, it will not, we will never, be inspired. So, well, I came very late, so I was hearing that Prabhu Nityananda was lengthy verses, and after that, we had this mother
Varadeshwari, Radha Varadeshwari.
Radha Varadeshwari is so sweet and wonderful. Just a spiritual atmosphere. It means you are out of this world. Very well. So, even if you don't understand the meaning of these verses, but these verses are Brahma Shabda, they bring transformation. Inner transformation. And then I was just, when Prasant Mataji was singing Jagannath, in front of Jagannath Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prayer, and then at Rupa Goswami's, at Haridas Thakur's Siddha Bakul, he found that paper, and then he showed it to Ramanand Rai. And he asked, Ramanand, how come this Rupa knows my heart? And Ramanand Rai said, until you enter into heart, how can he know you? So actually you have entered into the heart of Rupa Goswami. And then he understood your heart. And when Rupa Goswami came, he was embraced. They were having a palm leaf in their hand. And then Ramanand says, so what other are your compilation? Then he was speaking about the other word, Tunda, Tundavati, that verse. And then they were completely, in highest ecstasy that so much blessing Mahaprabhu has bestowed on Srila Rupa Goswami. Then somehow this Sakha pastime, I like very much, which Mother Persona was singing about. Talvan pastime. The Sri Krishna's pastime in Gokul is for 3 years and 4 months. That is called Vatsalya Prem devotees. Then he comes to here, Chhattikara. near our Raman Riti here. And then he started grazing the calves and then cows after 5 years. And this was for the friendship. This is the Sakha Bhav. This is Sakha Ras. So this description is of the Sakha Ras, and Dhenukasur was killed by Balaram, not by Krishna. But before that, I think one verse which about the trees, and Krishna is praising the trees that Balaram, they are offering obeisance to. Then he described the trees that they are better than Brahmanas. They are better than Brahmanas because they give fruits, they give shade, they give wood. Because next chapter is a Brahman, and they did not give anything. So he actually, this pastime is connected with the next pastime. The trees are better than Vedic Brahmanas. If we become simply ritualistic, Krishna is not pleased by that. But the trees are better because they are offering their, and all the trees of Vrindavan, they go down and then they form Kunja and a Nikunja for Krishna's pastime. And then Dhenukasur, because he has some relation with Bali Maharaj and Prahlad, so Krishna gave words, I will not kill. So he did not kill himself. The Balaram has did this job. So there is a very, in between there are wonderful mellows to relish, but the Sakharas and all the names of the friends of Krishna and all this, this is usually not a practice in our daily routine Krishna conscious activities. And really speaking, to advance from the level where we are, to relish actually the Leela. Leela, the word Leela means to be absorbed in. It means you forget where you are and you should be present there where the pastime is going on. That's called Leela. Leela has something very similar as a Nirod. Nirod, in a Leela there should be Nirod. So when you hear pastime, you are not here, you are right there. And this is the place for this pastime to relish, only Vrindavan. Outside Vrindavan, you may speak 100 times these pastime, you will never relish this because this is only meant for this Vrindavan. Saghosham. This is only for Krishna's Vrindavan pastime, nowhere else. Nowhere. Even in Dwarka, you ask, you speak of this pastime, that it won't work. So these pastime of Vrindavan should be in Vrindavan, Mathura should be Bharta, and Dwarka, we should go to Dwarka and here, there, then we will relish this. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sarvabhauma Prabhu, and thank you for being with us today. I'd like to welcome Jaya Tirtha Prabhu, who has come all the way from Karnataka for Rupotsava. He's heading preaching in, what is it called there? Ranchur. Raichur. All right, so inviting all of you to do what, Balaji Priya? Take prasadam? Where? Here, right here. Okay. So we have to quickly set up. So I think everybody can help quickly remove this sitting. People, please move on the sides here. Come here in that area. And those who have a mind for practical service, please fold all these coverings here so we can quickly serve